Chapter 99. Originally, Thea had planned to pretend to retreat to lure them out and set up an ambush, but now that Mr. Freeze had unexpectedly frozen the entire intersection, she had no choice but to give up the whole plan. Miss Firefly wanted to leave alone, but Thea dragged her into the command vehicle. This person was now a treasure. Thea could not let her go before she figured out how to deal with Mr. Freeze. Thea and Catwoman finally persuaded her to stay with them. They did not speak in the vehicle. Each of them was summarizing the gains and losses of the battle. Thea took out the sword that she had picked up for scientific research. She tapped the blade lightly, and it made a low hum. Thea could not tell what material it was made of. The blade was dark black and 85 centimeters long. Including the hilt, it was only a meter long. It was a traditional English broadsword, but the blade was thinner. It could be used to stab and cut. The Latin inscription was engraved on the hilt. The Sword of Osriel. That lunatic got his name because of this sword, right? If he was still alive, he could have changed his name. Thea held the sword in her hand and waved it gently. It was a good sword. It was neither light nor heavy. With her height and strength, it was just right for her. This was the will of God. Everyone in the car couldn't help but glance at her as she wielded her sword. Firefly and Laura, who weren't interested in cold weapons, quickly shifted their gazes. Batman's group of friends and family looked at her for a while. Is this the sword of the Angel of Death? Robin seemed to have a deep impression of this sword. However, he was too far away when he was beaten up by the two claws, so he did not see Thea's battle. He was a little confused when he saw the sword. Thea glanced at him and ignored him. He really doesn't know how to talk. What do you mean the sword of the Angel of Death? Legally speaking, emotionally speaking, this is my sword. Which side is the Angel of Death on? I don't know her at all. Just as she was about to put the sword back into the scabbard, Catwoman, who had sharp eyes, saw the gorgeous scabbard. Did you get this too? Facing Catwoman's passionate eyes, Thea subconsciously took a small step back. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the scabbard? Catwoman only felt that the gems on the scabbard were shiny and dazzling. As someone who had been in the jewelry business for more than 10 years, she immediately judged that the gems on the scabbard were real. She wanted to turn her head away, but she couldn't control her eyes. She thought to herself, I just want to take one look, one more look, one last look. Women were similar to dragons. Thea's ostentatious display of wealth had attracted the attention of the usually indifferent Miss Firefly, not to mention the other girls. Laura glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and forced herself to calm down. Barbara was from a well-to-do family, so she was more immune to jewelry. After a bout of envy and jealousy, she turned to Robin and confided in each other. However, the other two girls, who grew up in poor families, did not have such strong willpower in the face of the temptation of these colorful stones. As the most beautiful girl in Green Arrow's movie, Felicity was a woman who changed her clothes 3 times a day and wore 1 earring a day. Relying on the fact that she was on Thea's side, she grabbed the sleeves of her battle suit and stared at her with sparkling eyes. She almost shouted, "This thing is fated to be mine." Catwoman was also a little attracted to it. She kept calculating how much money she could get if she sold the scabbard. She secretly hated the Death Angel for being so useless and not being skilled in martial arts. Such a treasure from Gotham had fallen into the hands of the people of Star City, and it was openly seized. There was no reason for her to keep it. Thea naturally wouldn't say something like, "Everyone who saw it gets a share. Come, everyone take a gem." She was so poor that she didn't even have enough to eat. Whether the scabbard was for her own use or to be sold, it had nothing to do with the people of Gotham. She wouldn't give up a piece of meat that was already in her hands. In order to divert their attention, Thea wanted to ask them about their opinions on the battle today. Do you think those enhanced people are strong? Have you fought with them before? The girls, including Robin, looked at each other and shook their heads. Of course, they didn't shake their heads to show that the enhanced people weren't strong. It was just that they hadn't fought with the enhanced people before, so they couldn't make a judgment. Seeing them shake their heads, Thea knew that she had asked for nothing. Her heart sank. If there were thousands of enhanced people, she wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, the experienced director, Gordon, spoke up. I've seen them when I was young. Back then, they had all kinds of abilities. Some could cause people to age, some could control people's minds, but they all required physical contact. He pondered for a moment. This time, I feel that they only strengthened their bodies. They didn't have any strange abilities. Then do you know how to deal with them? Thea was still very polite to the old man. She asked expectantly. The director was a little embarrassed. Back then, I used a stick to fight them. At that time, the enhanced people were stronger than normal people, but it was limited. Thea had the urge to facepalm when she heard his words. Look at your old arms and legs. You were so hot-tempered when you were young. You were really fierce. You didn't even have a plan. You just fought head-on. Barbara must have inherited your personality. This method was too brainless. 2 or 3 of them could fight head-on, but how could they fight hundreds of them? Thea, who prided herself on being smart, wasn't prepared to accept such a suggestion. You said that they emitted a small amount of radiation. Thea turned her head and asked her friend, Felicity. Yes, before they appeared, there was a rather strong radiation reaction. Did they use nuclear material to strengthen themselves? Thea's question could only be answered by the old director. After all, he had seen it before. Gordon, who was about to retire at the age of 60, tried his best to recall how the experiment was conducted. Actually, he did not care how the group of people were enhanced or what kind of enhancement they used. Once the case was solved, it was over. Gutan's case had never stopped. It had been more than 20 years since then, so how could he remember? He shook his head to show that he couldn't remember. Thea didn't have high hopes for the old man's memory. Even if he remembered, after 20 years, he would definitely come up with something new. The memories from back then could at most be used as a reference. Fortunately, Thea had been thinking about weapons of mass destruction recently. As the pinnacle of human technology, nuclear weapons were the focus of her attention. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Later, install a Geiger counter on the drone and measure the amount of radiation there, Thea instructed Felicity. Then, she suddenly thought of something and turned to the Gotham people. You have a Geiger counter, right? What the hell? The people present were all normal citizens who changed their class to heroes. Who would have time to think about this? A few of them were confused and were about to shake their heads when Laura saved them. Our Sky's Eye Association has one. I'll ask them to get one for you. Chapter 100. Hearing that, Thea was relieved and began to focus on the discussion with Felicity. Their theory should be to use nuclear radiation to weaken the human body's self-defense mechanism, then add in various animal DNA to strengthen the surface. In fact, this kind of strengthening is very burdensome to the carrier, and the increase in strength is also very limited. Thea shared some of her thoughts based on the process of beating up the rhinoceros man. Then as long as we remove the radiation residue on the surface of the body, theoretically, the foreign animal DNA will be gradually eliminated by the human body's own immune system, Felicity said softly with her chin in her hand. However, it was easier said than done. Removing radiation pollution was not something that could be done overnight. The 1986 Chernobyl was still standing, and 1,650 square kilometers of land was contaminated, and no one dared to go near it. The asylum did not have a pollution problem, but removing the trace elements was a big problem. She did not know if they had a ready-made reactor or if they used nuclear waste. The waste was not a big threat, but if they had a reactor with enough power, Thea would have to give up on the Arkham project. Let's go and test the value first. If the value is not high, we can try traditional rain and spraying boric acid. There was too little reference data, and Thea could only take one step at a time. However, she suddenly thought of the problem of rain, and asked the few people who were about to fall asleep, has it ever rained in Gotham? Is it cloudy all year round here? To be honest, the various nuclear waste and radiation she had been talking about were indeed a little scary. The few people in the group of relatives and friends couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only listen silently. Now that they heard her talk about the problem of rain, this problem wasn't that profound. Barbara felt that she was looking down on Gotham, a big city. No matter how bad their family was, they would not allow an outsider to criticize them. She said unhappily, "Of course it has, but there are many cloudy days throughout the year." Was that called many cloudy days? It was basically cloudy all year round. Anyway, Thea had not seen a sunny day for more than a month. Living in a dark environment for so long, not to mention the physical illness, there were also many dark thoughts in the mind, and finally, there would be an opportunity to put them into action. Normal people like us commit crimes in broad daylight compared to those who commit crimes at night. Not everyone has the courage to commit crimes in broad daylight. Thea felt like she had found the cause of Gotham's illness, or rather, a part of it. At the same time, he sighed at how lucky Superman was to land in the capital of the Empire and bask in the sunlight of the capitalists. If his spaceship landed in Gotham, he would probably be poor for the rest of his life. It was unknown whether he could live to see the sun again. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there was a discussion on the internet about a devil being sealed deep beneath Gotham City. Therefore, even though he did not know if the cloudy days were real or not, he still had some impression of the super ferocious zombie, Solomon Grundy, sleeping in Gotham River. If he messed with the weather here, would he attract a stronger boss? Last time, I was just suggesting to mobilize the masses. Didn't you see that the criminals in Gotham have started to form groups? But are you afraid? Thea felt her blood boiling. It was quite exciting. They did not know that Thea was prepared to detonate a bomb for them. Seeing that she did not say anything after asking, the group of friends and relatives did not take it to heart. They buried their heads and tidied up their equipment. They did not encounter any ambushes on the way back and returned to the campsite peacefully. The girls had to change their clothes, especially Thea, who had fought with the Angel of Death. Her body was splattered with a lot of blood. As a clean freak, she endured it for a long time. The few of them washed up and went to the meeting room. After they sat down for more than 10 minutes, Chief Gordon finally arrived. The old man did not have the time to change his clothes and wash his face. He did not rest for a moment after returning to the campsite. After calculating the casualties, he finally went to the meeting room to ask Thea for advice. 14 police officers were killed and 41 injured. 3 veterans were killed and 5 injured. Chief Gordon's heart ached. He had sacrificed many of his men. Most of them were killed in the line of duty when the reinforcements rushed out. On the other hand, the veterans were all experienced. They knew that the situation was not good and hid themselves well. The few injured were only slightly injured. Sia rubbed her eyebrows. In this battle, they had lost 1/10 of their combat strength. Although the battle results weren't great, they had at least figured out the enemy's true strength. It could be said that they had accomplished their goal. However, the reinforcements could be endlessly produced. Sooner or later, their side would be destroyed. Just as she was thinking of how to tactfully ask Chief Gordon to continue with the recruitment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open from the outside. A tall and handsome middle-aged man walked in slowly with a walking stick. Bruce. Catgirl was so excited when she saw the man that she didn't even care that she was on the other side of the table. She jumped over the long table with her arms on the table and rushed to the middle-aged man's side. She touched his face and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Are you really Bruce? Catwoman looked at her lover in front of her. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. Bruce Wayne's voice was as polite as usual. He hugged his lover's slender waist and said, "Yes, I'm back." Just as the two of them were about to do something like hugging and kissing after a long separation, a spoiler interrupted their reunion. "Kitten, I've brought him back for you. Where's the money we agreed on?" A graceful woman with long hair walked out from behind Bruce. Thea wanted to cover her face when she saw this scene. This person who ruined the atmosphere and ruined the background music of the couple's reunion was Thea's teacher or training partner, Big Sister Shiva. Big Sister ignored the surprised looks of the people around her. She even stretched out a hand in front of Catwoman, indicating that she should pay up quickly. She was busy. "Shiva, we've told you many times along the way. I'll pay, and you'll let Selena go." Bruce was still very respectful to his savior. "No, she has to pay for her request. Besides, your company is almost gone. How can you get the money? I don't want your old house." Shiva ignored his gaze and focused on getting the money from Catwoman. Catwoman was very embarrassed. She had gone to Star City to look for Shiva with the intention of making a last-ditch effort. To be honest, she had thought that Master Bruce would not come back. He was seriously injured and had been kidnapped. So, she had promised an astronomical reward. Now that he had been rescued and had not lost an arm or a leg, it would be too embarrassing if she did not pay. Chapter 101. Catwoman glanced at her old lover. To be honest, she was a little annoyed that he came back unscathed. She couldn't even find an excuse to talk to Shiva. She pushed Master Bruce behind her and smiled helplessly as she walked to the other side with Shiva to talk about credit. Uncle Bruce was in an awkward position. It was true that he was rich, but a lot of his money was dead money. For example, Wayne Group's shares, Quinn Group's shares, Merlin Group's shares, and even Lex Luthor's shares. According to the unwritten rules, these shares couldn't be cashed out without a valid reason. In addition, real estate around the world wasn't easy to sell. Ski resorts in Switzerland, wineries in Belgium, and so on couldn't find buyers in a short period of time. His daily income was basically invested in technological equipment. This was similar to Thea. However, his basic equipment was completed while Thea was just on the road. The daily maintenance of these equipment required a large sum of money. He was very similar to Thea. They both looked glamorous, but were actually very poor. Therefore, in the face of the aggressive Madame Shiva, he could only express his moral support for his old lover's predicament. Everyone in the meeting room listened quietly to the haggling between Madame Shiva and Catwoman. "We agreed to pay in a month. You're 3 days late. You definitely can't pay in full. I haven't asked you for my travel expenses. Do you know how hard I worked to find your man? I didn't even rest when I cut my finger. Do you know?" The two women threw away their usual coldness and elegance. In this crucial moment that determined the fate of Gotham, they chattered about money, and money problems. Cough cough. Master Bruce was speechless at how they treated him like goods. He coughed twice to try to divert the attention of the people in the room. "The problem of rescuing the citizens that you talked about was very deep. Add me to the chat room and we'll continue talking." However, everyone ignored him. It was rare for them to have the opportunity to gossip. If they didn't enjoy it, the people of Gotham wouldn't die anytime soon. They didn't care about these few minutes. The people led by Thea ignored Master Bruce's expression and continued to watch the two women on the other side. Catwoman, who was in the wrong, quickly admitted defeat. She took out her phone and transferred the money. Her usually strong fingers were slightly trembling. Beep. The clear ringtone of the phone rang in the room. Shiva looked at the screen with satisfaction. "Kitten, you're quite rich." That's the down payment. Remember to transfer the money at the beginning of the next month. After saying that, Big Sister looked around and saw Sia. She waved at her and said, "I've been away from home for a long time. I don't know if my daughter misses me or not. I'm leaving now." After Ms. Shiva finished speaking, she put away her phone and flung her long black hair behind her back, leaving behind a suave back view as she walked away. What did that mean? I'm not even considered a graduate yet. They didn't even give me a certificate or anything. Sia knew that she had a daughter who was said to be shockingly talented. She didn't know if it was true or not, but she was still a little reluctant to part with her elder sister whom she had been with for half a year. Most importantly, she needed someone who could fight. Why did she run away? 2 more minutes and I'll get to the point. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to just let her go. Based on what happened to the feline girl, he knew that he couldn't afford to hire this girl who only cared about money. Old Ma probably spent a lot of money to teach him back then. "Mr. Wayne, have you recovered?" Sia hurriedly asked Batman, who was beside her. This was the strongest combat power they had at the moment. She was asking if he could fight now. Bruce was an extremely intelligent person. He immediately understood what she meant. But understanding was one thing. Objective facts on the material level could not be ignored. He raised the walking stick in his hand. "I can walk normally now, F***CK, you're funny. You mean you're still injured? Then why did you come back? Did you come back to work?" Sia felt like the entire world's consciousness was laughing at her. It was not easy for her to get back 2 helpers, but one had run away, and the other had a debuff. After going around in circles, she was back to the starting point. Did she still have to rely on these people? She didn't know how much he had heard of the meeting. Thea explained it to him again. "Mr. Wayne, do you think the large-scale rainfall and neutralizing radiation will change the shallow evolution of the enhanced? Call me Bruce. I'll always remember Miss Thea's help to Gotham." Bruce stood up to express his gratitude. "As for your suggestion, we can do it this way. Back in the day, I developed a special type of wavelength trigger. This type of sound wave is harmless to normal people. As long as we test the data of the enhanced humans and adjust it to a specific wavelength, we will be able to emit infrasound waves that are specifically targeted at the enhanced humans. I don't know how effective it is, but I think it should be able to knock someone out." From this, one could see the value of Batman's boss. Most of his combat ability was reflected in his wisdom. It wasn't a joke for him to have self-taught himself more than 10 doctorates. No wonder the ninja master valued him so much. To be able to learn so much in such a short time, he was definitely a top talent. His idea sounded more advanced than Thea's idea of sprinkling dry ice and spraying boric acid. The two of them started a heated discussion. Felicity was a little embarrassed when she saw her idol, but when she saw how happy they were, she happily joined in the conversation. This made the rest of the people in the room suffer. Other than Catwoman, who was still thinking about how to make up for her loss, everyone else was confused. They wanted to leave, but they were afraid of the task assigned to them. They could only listen to the conversation in a daze. Batman was very happy. He had learned so much but no one appreciated it. His only confidant was an old bastard who had lived for 800 years. Usually, he had no place to show off his knowledge. It was a very troublesome thing. Talking to these people who had graduated from a literacy class about the changes of the elements, wavelengths, and frequencies was like playing the lute to a cow. Today, he met the Star City duo and realized that the two ladies' thoughts were very clear and their reactions were very fast. Most importantly, they could understand his words. This was not easy. Batman was a little sad that he couldn't go into battle after his return. However, now that he realized that his wisdom could be put to good use, his original unhappiness turned into joy. While they were talking, he also had a good impression of Star City's education. Gotham's education standards were too low. Just look at Robin, who was about to fall asleep. Should he send him to Star City to study in the future? Robin had mentioned about going to university, and it seemed like he could do something about it. Actually, he didn't know that Thea and Felicity were self-taught and had nothing to do with Star City. Chapter 102. The next day, everyone rushed to the Gotham Meteorological Monitoring Center. This place controlled 3 nearby meteorological satellites and could monitor the changes in the nearby clouds at any time. Of course, as a big capitalist city, the monitoring center was no exception. Wayne Enterprises invested a lot of research funds into the center every year. Master Bruce still wanted to remain invisible, so the person who came forward to mediate was the old black man, Lucius. Ever since he defeated Talia at Wayne's board meeting, this black uncle, or rather, the old man, had been feeling refreshed. His waist no longer hurt, and his legs were no longer sore. Wayne Enterprises' 100-story building, in one breath. He still couldn't climb it. In addition, Batman had returned successfully, and the two had secretly met. Their spirits were completely different, and they even walked with the wind. When he heard that they needed to use the weather station to observe the clouds, even though he didn't know what Thea wanted to do, he personally came forward to mediate. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. Everyone in the meteorological center was given a day off, and they could use the equipment as they pleased. Thea and Master Bruce, who was disguised as a police officer, were still discussing the final plan. Ever since he heard Sia's theory about the high crime rate on cloudy days, he had to admit that Brosnan was a little touched. He was a self-taught psychologist who got a doctorate in psychology. The theory was a little shocking, but it was indeed very reasonable. It was just that he had not noticed it before. Anyway, they needed to reduce the trace amount of radiation in the air, so they had to fire a few shots. Felicity, start sprinkling dry ice. Thea sat on a high chair in the weather station and ordered her number 1 follower. The drone this time was different from the small plane from before. This was a so-called civilian drone that could be equipped with missiles. The few of them felt that this blatant use of legal loopholes was great. The drone rose above the clouds and started spraying dry ice. In fact, the effect was about the same on the ground. This trip would cost millions, but Thea didn't care if she didn't pay for it. Lucius was a worker, and he didn't even bat an eyelid when tens of millions were transferred to his account. This small amount of money might seem like a lot, but when it was divided among the shareholders, it wasn't much. As a collective property, it was squandered just like that. This was the beauty of modern capital operations. As for who would lose and who would gain, it was hard to say. After the drone took off, Thea realized that as a minor shareholder, she had also wasted a portion of the money on this flight. She was a little depressed, but when she saw Master Bruce looking at her as if nothing had happened, she couldn't say anything. Felicity controlled the plane to circle Gotham twice and only returned to the surveillance center after all the dry ice had been sprayed. The originally thick clouds were now even darker, and the black clouds seemed to be heavy as they hovered in the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain, but it seemed like someone was pulling it back. After a full 10 minutes, the expected rain did not fall. To be honest, the strange weather in Gotham made Thea's hair stand on end. If there were such thick clouds in other places, it would be raining cats and dogs. Director, order your men to fire. Thea touched her chin and was prepared to fight to the death. If you don't rain, I won't retreat. At this time, the whole of Gotham was covered by the dark clouds. The lights in the surveillance center lit up, and some of the nearby buildings also lit up. Boom! Boom! A few shots were fired. Each rain bomb was priced at $200,000. If you asked Thea how she knew, she could have said that Gordon was signing the orders. The old director had always been a man of fairness and justice. He felt that the so-called cooperation between the police and the people should not be paid by Wayne Enterprises alone. He represented the government of Gotham and signed 5 orders in one go. In less than 10 seconds, another 1 million was fired. The original black clouds were no longer visible and were replaced by darkness. The air was filled with silence, and the few people in the surveillance center were a little nervous. Just as Thea was about to fire another 5 shots, a low rumble sounded in the air. Boom! Initially, the sound was very soft and could not be heard if one did not pay attention. Soon, the sound became louder. The water vapor concentration in the air has reached 179%. Felicity had been paying attention to the various data, and when she saw the numbers start to increase, she immediately said, "According to the surveillance station in the western suburbs, the wind has reached level 5, a common-looking agent reported. The positive charge in the updraft has exceeded 450% of the normal value," said Master Bruce, who was disguised as a police officer. With the feedback of the various data, Thea knew that rain would definitely come. However, the clouds were still brewing, and once the rain fell, it would definitely be a storm. "Bobla, turn on the announcement we recorded and play it a few more times." Sia realized that the rain would not be light, so she quickly ordered Bobla, who was hugging Robin tightly. Of course, she said that she recorded it for the sake of it. Actually, Felicity followed the previous idea and edited the second episode of the mayor's announcement, calling on the citizens not to leave their homes today and to stay at home obediently. Sometimes, Thea felt that if she stayed in Gotham for a few more months, this imprisoned mayor's popularity would break through a new high, and he might even be able to be re-elected. Initially, when he heard that they did not treat the mayor as an officer, the old-fashioned Batman was against it. However, when he heard that this was not the first time, he could only agree with it. Boom! The thunderous rumble finally sounded in the sky above the ancient city. Now, there was no need for them to do anything. They had already done what they needed to do, and it was believed that not many citizens would go out in this kind of weather. If there really was such a weirdo, being struck to death would only be a waste of their intelligence. The continuous rumble of thunder lasted for a full 10 minutes, and bean-sized raindrops started to fall densely on the sky above the city. The glass of the surveillance center was hit by the raindrops, and it made a loud noise. The hidden world boss that Thea was suspicious of did not jump out, proving that Gotham was not a place where the devil was sealed. It was just a cumulus cloud formed by a special terrain. She could loudly announce that this episode of Entering Gotham was a complete success, telling everyone not to be superstitious, and to believe in science. She stood in front of the window and watched the raindrops hit the tempered glass, leaving streaks of stains on the glass. Of course, this was not because the cleaners in the surveillance center were lazy and did not clean the glass, but because the pollutants in the clouds were brought to the ground by the rain. Will Gotham be different tomorrow? Master Bruce stood beside her and gazed into the distance. There was a hint of worry and anticipation in his voice. It definitely will. Thea was still looking out the window and did not turn back. She was very sure of this. After all, they had spent millions. It would be ridiculous if there was no effect. After the rain, no matter how you looked at it, there would definitely be changes in the city. Chapter 103. The thunderstorm raged over Gotham for a day and a night. When the rain lessened, Thea asked the old director to shoot 2 more shots into the sky in order to disperse all the clouds. They could not waste the rest of the day. It was unlikely that the bad guys from Arkham would ambush them in a thunderstorm. A few of them went to the side to practice their martial arts, while the rest of them helped Batman make the sonic weapon. Most of the previous equipment had been taken away or destroyed by Bane after the Batcave was exposed. Fortunately, Bruce's clever brain was still around. He pulled some equipment from the Sky's Eye Society, and the few of them rolled up their sleeves and began to work. Bruce had been doing mechanical work for a long time, so his hands-on skills were not ordinary. Thea could build the magnetic skateboard with her imagination, so her mechanical skills were also very good. Felicity had been trained in Star City, so she was quite familiar with the work. She joined in midway, and the three of them were in full swing. They wore work clothes, wore glasses, had towels around their necks, and were fiddling with welding torches and sledgehammers in their hands. This scene fell into the eyes of the few people who did not know the science, and it was indescribably disharmonious. You two are one of the few billionaires of the bourgeoisie. Are you betraying the class and joining the proletariat? Do I have to give you a certificate or something on May 1st next year? Barbara felt that her dream life in the upper class should not be like this. She should keep her identity as a petty bourgeois and not try to squeeze into the upper class. Halfway through the process, Miss Firefly, who was always quiet, joined in, and the whole process sped up greatly. It had to be said that it was a waste of her talent to be born in the United States. She was a natural-born welder, and she could control all kinds of temperature and fire to perfection. Most importantly, she was not afraid of fire. In order to maintain her beautiful face, Sia had put on 2 layers of protective gear. Master Bruce also wanted to maintain his handsome middle-aged appearance, so both of them covered themselves up tightly. However, Miss Firefly did not care about this at all. The sparks that splashed on her face were extinguished without any reaction. In addition, she was so skilled in the technique that Sia even wanted to ask if she had graduated from Lanxiang High School. Now that the equipment was equipped, the next step was the debugging phase. Just as Thea was wondering if she should go and catch an enhancer in the rain, Layla performed a meritorious service. For some reason, one of her agents picked up a broken arm from the ground when they were retreating. He wrapped it in a cloth and brought it back. When he heard that there was radiation, he was so scared that he peed his pants and quickly handed it over to Lara. Everyone gathered in the laboratory to observe the arm. In fact, when the enhancers appeared that day, the few of them did not fight with each other. Only Thea shot one down from afar. The others could only say that they saw it from afar. It was only when he saw the arm up close that he realized how dangerous it had been. "Did you fuse with an animal?" Felicity asked as she pointed at the sharp claws on her arm. "It looks like some kind of lizard," Batman, who could be used as an encyclopedia, concluded after observing for a while. The few of them were too lazy to think about what kind of animal it was. They began to measure the traces of radiation on the body and looked for special biological wavelengths. At this stage, Thea could not help much. She could barely be considered a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, but she did not have a master's degree. She only had a vague understanding of biological genes. It seemed that she still had to study. After the Gotham incident, she had to study hard for a period of time. The Princeton Library would be her permanent residence for a period of time. Since she could not help, she would just have to learn from Professor Bruce's calculations. Regardless of whether she understood it or not, Thea recorded the process of the calculations. From time to time, she would whisper a few words to Felicity. Although this girl was a computer science major, she had dabbled in a lot of miscellaneous subjects. She could barely keep up with Batman's thoughts. The couple, Barbara, felt that Batty had won glory for Gotham this time. The Star City duo was not omniscient. Although they did not understand anything, they still accompanied him in high spirits. Ever since Shiva took away half of her life savings, Catwoman had not been in a good state of mind for the past 2 days. She stopped looking after less than 2 minutes and hid in a corner, thinking about something. Now, her man was about to be taken away, and her money was already taken away. The bitterness in her heart was indescribable. The problem was that this was not over yet. She had used half of her savings and committed crimes recently to barely make the down payment. Faced with an astronomical amount of debt, how was she going to survive in the future? Looking at the thunderstorm outside the window, she wondered if she should take advantage of the dark and windy night to go out and commit a few more crimes. However, she remembered that Bruce was already back. He had always been against her actions. Previously, He was too far away to care about her, but now that he was back, it would be too easy for her to commit crimes to ruin their relationship. Originally, Talia had been singing "Give Me an Eagle, a Mighty Man" in Arkham. She had used all her strength to drag him to her side. If she had pushed him out, the two of them would have been done for. After thinking about it for a long time, she could not think of a solution. As for borrowing money from Thea to pay off her debt, she had no intention of doing so. Catwoman, who grew up in the slums, did not have the concept of spending money in advance. From this point of view, she was still a rather traditional person. The rain stopped at around midnight. The next morning, everyone went outside at the same time. Thea, who had recently returned to normal, came out early. She wanted to see if Gotham's feng shui could be changed. From time to time, dirty water could be seen flowing into the sewers from high to low. Thea could not figure out what the black rainwater that fell to the ground was made of. She made a mental note to ask Gordon to increase the salary of the municipal workers. The workload was huge. Fortunately, Killer Croc had been arrested. Otherwise, the dirty water would have increased his rotten aura by 2 levels. Looking at her watch, it was 5:15. All the heroes were outside. Master Bruce, who had been busy the whole night, was still in good spirits. His lips were pursed as he looked to the east. It was said that he only slept for an hour a day. Thea did not know if it was true. She would ask Catwoman about it later. "It's here." The one who shouted was Chief Gordon, who loved this piece of land to the extreme. First, it was a ray, then a ray, and finally a ray of sunlight shone on this piece of land that had not seen the sun for a long time. Thea was a little dazzled by the hot sunlight. She reached out her hand to block most of her vision. Countless rays of golden light shone through the gaps between her fingers, making her whole body red. The sun slowly rose, bringing with it rays of light. It lifted the last bit of mist above Gotham. Ha ha ha. Thea covered her face. She did not know why she wanted to laugh. She only felt that her body was filled with energy. Arkham, Bane, they would all be thrown into the trash. Chapter 104. Her smile infected everyone. Barbara and the young couple hugged each other and didn't let go for a long time. Laura was also looking at the morning sun, and a sweet smile appeared on her face as she thought of someone. "Old buddy, have I really done something wrong all these years?" Bruce walked up to Gordon and asked in a low voice. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions he was feeling. Happiness, excitement, depression, and maybe all of them. The old director, who had always lacked quick wit, didn't know how to answer this question. However, after living for so long, he at least knew who this sentence was directed at. He could only vaguely say, maybe it's a matter of perspective. Women and men see things from different perspectives. The old director was afraid that it would hurt his confidence, so he racked his brains and finally came up with an excuse. He then added, "She's also young, ambitious, and sharp. It's good to be young." Bruce looked at Thea, who was standing in the distance gracefully in the morning sun. Even with his experience of seeing so many women, he couldn't help but be affected by this scene. This was no love, just pure admiration. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of different perspectives between men and women. Bruce could only tacitly accept this fact and pick up his shattered belief. Otherwise, with his psychological condition, if he was suddenly told that what he had done for so many years was meaningless, he would become evil at any time. "I have to apologize to you. You entrusted your daughter to me, but my focus was on Robin. I will pay more attention to Barbara in the future." He also wanted to see if there was such a big difference in the way men and women handled problems. It just so happened that he had 2 experimental subjects under him to test. Gordon didn't know whether to thank him or to pay more attention to his daughter. According to his selfish desires, it was best for his daughter to live a peaceful life. Frankly speaking, as a father, he wasn't happy that his daughter had embarked on the path of heroism. In the past, Bobla had been slacking off, and her martial arts were sparse and mediocre, which was partly due to his indulgence. However, now that Bruce had clearly expressed that he wanted to treat his daughter with high standards, he could only smile wryly and express that he was fine with it. Besides, billionaires like them were all rushing to the top, and his daughter wasn't that delicate. It was always good to have more skills. There was no need to say anything about training. Unbeknownst to them, their father and teacher were preparing to train them fiercely. Bobla and Selena were kissing passionately while facing the morning sun. Thea didn't look at the lovey-dovey couple and walked to the two old men. "Uncle Bruce, can your wavelength transmitter be used today?" Thea also had a headache over this title for a long time. Calling him Mr. seemed distant, but calling him by his name seemed distant, so she could only act cute and call him Uncle. As expected, this form of address gave Batman a headache. He was only in his early 30s. Was he really that old? He touched his cheeks. Recently, he had been through a lot of trouble. His mouth was full of beard, and he did look quite old. Facing a 17-year-old girl, so be it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Absolutely, but the area of effect is limited. The enemy has to be within 500 meters for it to be effective." "Are you going to attack today?" "Yeah, it's better to attack as soon as possible. Freeze hasn't fully recovered yet, so this is the best time to attack." Thea had already discussed Arkham's current situation with Bruce yesterday. Especially with the involvement of the Court of Owls, the severity of the situation had reached its peak. Even though Bruce wanted to wait for him to fully recover before taking action, every minute and second was precious. It wouldn't be surprising if the Court of Owls, the old nobles of Gotham, did something earth-shattering. They were both smart people. Without any conversation or eye contact, Bruce tacitly accepted Thea's current command. If he was healthy, the command would definitely be his. Even if Superman was in Gotham, he wouldn't have a problem with that. However, since he couldn't go to the front lines, he could only entrust Thea with full authority. Before 9 o'clock, the various police officers, volunteers, and veterans who received the call had already arrived at the scene. Those who knew each other were surprised by the sun in Gotham. Yes, the sun that could be seen everywhere in other places was a rare thing in Gotham. Even if it was sunny in the past, the sun wouldn't shine as brightly as it did today. Many people who had lived in Gotham their whole lives found it hard to adjust to the sun when they woke up. All the sunglasses in the convenience stores in the city were sold out. All the sunglasses manufacturers in America were awakened by the calls from their distributors. They worked overtime to stop the shortage of sunglasses. After that, they held meetings to find out what the problem was, whether it was the Korean missile crisis or the sudden change in the situation in the Middle East. Uncle Batman didn't slack off in the morning either. He analyzed the Scarecrow's poisonous gas sample that Thea brought back last time and made a targeted injection. The injection would provide immunity for 12 hours before the injection. Last time, it was difficult to release the poison in the crowd. This time, if the sonic weapon worked, the situation would definitely be one-sided. The Scarecrow was so crazy that it might just explode in the crowd. However, Bruce was a billionaire. The entire operation involved hundreds of people. He didn't have the time to make hundreds of bottles of injections. He could only give them to his own people. Even Felicity, who didn't go to the front lines, was given one too. However, he couldn't just ignore the righteous police officers and citizens. He racked his brains and made a strengthened version of the antidote. It had a capacity of 800 milliliters. He gave it to Robin, and it could protect her for an hour in the crowd after the battle. "Barbara, you and Robin will work together this time. You two will deal with the Owl Court's Talon. I will also support you." It was the same team as last time. The enemy was missing Death Angel and Mr. Freeze. Logically speaking, they had the advantage. However, after Bruce's confirmation, Thea knew that the Talon wasn't a single person. It was a collective name for a group of people. God knows how many of them there were. If they were all as skilled as last time, it would be difficult for Thea to deal with 3 of them. Catwoman and Miss Bridget will be the mobile force to deal with any unexpected situations. Are there no problems? Let's go. Before they left, Bruce called Thea over and whispered in Chinese, "Help me keep an eye on Selena. I'm afraid that she and Talia." He didn't know what to say. He only felt that if either of the 2 women got hurt, he would feel terrible. At first, Thea was stunned when she heard the familiar yet unfamiliar Chinese. However, she quickly realized that it was Miss Shiva who told him that she knew Chinese. Batman knew all the mainstream languages in the world. Not only could he speak Chinese, but he could also speak Cantonese. Thea could only admire him for that. Chinese was indeed safe. He was also afraid that the people in the room would have other thoughts if they heard it. In this world, Chinese was a foreign language among foreign languages. Even though he didn't elaborate, Thea understood that he wanted her to help Talia when she was in danger. However, he was also afraid that Catwoman would think too much. Chapter 105. It seemed like he still had some feelings for Talia. It was not easy to be a good man. Thea could only reply in Mandarin, "I understand, I will take care of her." Both of them did not go into detail about who she was referring to. This time, during the Arkham invasion, Sia had reduced the number of normal arrows she brought along a lot of high-tech arrows. Last time, whether it was against the Angel of Death or Talia, it was proven that her archery skills were only good against normal people. If she did not have enough strength, she would not be fast enough. No matter how accurate her aim was, it was useless. If she still wanted to rely on her archery skills, she would have to increase her strength. Thea felt that her archery skills were no different from the future Olivier. The key was the thickness of her arm. Strength was the foundation of all physical battles. Sigh, it was not easy being an archer. This time, she did not bring her skateboard. She did not wear the cumbersome antiviral suit. Instead, she wore a red overcoat like she was going on an outing, carried her sword, and put on her infrared glasses. However, she regretted it the moment she reached the entrance of Arkham. If she had known, she would have brought her skateboard. This was because the group noticed that the entrance to Arkham had been repaired. The entrance was filled with people. Everyone was quiet, and the ones leading the way were the few Gotham celebrities that they had met before. Talia was sitting on top of the 5-meter-tall entrance of the asylum. She was still wearing the same dark green overcoat with a hood. She had a weapon on her waist, a quiver of arrows on her back, and a longbow in her hand. Why did they come out today? Were they not afraid of being wiped out by the missiles? Oh. Thea immediately understood. Talia must have received news that Batman was back. She knew that her lover would not dare to use missiles, so she brought a large group of people to fight. Thea regretted it. If she had known, she would have brought her skateboard. However, it was too late now. She lowered her head and ordered Lara, "Get the military helicopters here. If we can't beat them, they can cover our retreat." Yes, Thea felt like 2 groups of people had agreed to fight in the field after school. The elementary school students on both sides were already in position. Both sides were soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and the strong visual impact was constantly assaulting her brain. Since the other party dared to come out with such great fanfare, they must have something to rely on. He had to be careful. Seeing that both parties had arrived, Talia placed her left hand on the door and landed on the ground with a beautiful front somersault. She slowly walked out of the line and stood at the front, looking at Thea. Had she been the one behind the scenes all along? It was possible that she had both brains and subordinates. Thea saw that all the penguins and pig-faced people were standing quietly behind her. She was even more certain of her judgment. He wanted to let Gordon Sr. continue to assume the dangerous identity of the leader, but Catwoman had already taken the lead and walked out of the formation. Catwoman was fully armed today, with 3 daggers hidden under her tight black leather jacket. She held a long whip in her hand and a baton on her waist. Ever since she saw Talia, she had finally found a way to vent all her frustrations. "You're the cause of all this, right? You should know who I am. Let's have a showdown." Thea was happy to see them fight one-on-one. The two of them were about the same strength. Talia's martial arts had been learned scientifically, so her strength was stable. Catwoman's was much worse, and her level was sometimes high and sometimes low. However, when Catwoman attacked in a rage, it was hard to say whether or not her little universe would explode and kill the other party. Sia could only admire Uncle Bat's foresight. These words were still ringing in her ears, and the two women were about to fight. Her task was not difficult, as long as she could keep them alive. With a bitter smile, she drew an arrow and knocked it on the bow, ready to support the one who could not win at any time. However, to everyone's surprise, things took a big turn. Talia pointed at Catwoman, who was stepping forward, and said, "You and I have a personal grudge." She then pointed at Thea, who was watching the show, and said, "Her and I have a business matter." It was hard for Catgirl to describe her current state of mind. She had seen how Bruce had called Sia aside and warned her. Although she didn't understand Chinese, she knew what he was thinking as his lover for many years. He also had feelings for Talia. Where was her position? They had feelings for each other and a child, so it seemed more suitable than her. She stood up alone to challenge Talia, which meant that her life and death were up to fate. No matter who won or lost, this matter could be put to an end. However, when she mustered up her courage, she found that Talia didn't accept the challenge and even used the excuse that it was a business matter. This made her psychological barrier collapse, and her motivation to fight was gone. Since it's business, then go ahead. Thea felt that her glasses were about to fall off. She watched Catwoman walk back briskly. What happened to the fight? I was still waiting for support. What's the meaning of this? However, before she could figure out what to do next, Talia's words made her feel what it meant to be thunderstruck. "Sister, come out. This battle should be ours." Talia stared at Thea and took off her hood, revealing her long brown hair. Who was she talking to? Thea looked left and right. Was Nisha Al Ghul nearby? However, 2 seconds later, she found that everyone on the field was looking at her. "Are you talking about me? I'm your sister." "Your sister? How can I be your sister?" Thea's imagination ran wild. Could it be that she was also the ninja master's daughter? Her mother couldn't have made friends in Nandabart, right? Although according to the results of social network research, her mother didn't need 6 people to contact the ninja master, but they were too far away from each other. Thea knew that she had misunderstood. She looked at her appearance. She was about the same age as her sister, and her hair was also brown. Nisha liked to wear red and black clothes, and coincidentally, her battle suit was also red. More importantly, she knew the martial arts of the Assassin League. The ninja master and his good son-in-law Batman had a lot in common. They didn't care about women. The only woman in the league was probably his daughter. The future Sarah Lance also got in with Nisha's help. Thinking of Nisha, Thea said, "I'm not Nisha." However, she regretted it immediately. How could an outsider know this name? As expected, Talia smiled faintly. "Father didn't come out with you, right? Is this your trial? He sent you to catch a traitor like me. Father is still as heartless as ever." When Sia heard this, she broke down even more. "Yes, you are really too smart. I am actually speechless. Nissa has indeed gone for a trial, and the timeline coincidentally matches up. But why did she come to Brother Tan? She went to Purgatory Island, Big Sister. Chapter 106. When the truth was revealed, not only did she feel devastated, even the hero faction was affected. Uncle Bruce, who was known as the man with the highest IQ, was monitoring the battle from afar. He was prepared to watch his two women fight, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. "Thea, are you really?" Although Bruce had stayed in Nandarbat for a long time, he had never seen Nissa in person. He only knew that she existed, but he was very clear about the rules of the Alliance, so he could also think of Talia's suspicions. At the same time, with his high IQ, he found clues from their names. Thea and Talia's names were very similar. In less than 5 seconds, he had already verified that the two of them were related by name, clan, and bloodline. There was a 90% chance that the two of them were related. That was why it was not good to read too many books. Thinking too much. Of course, Thea would not admit it. They were not related to each other in the first place. Ninja Master was also a famous bad boss. What did she have to do with him? "We are not related, trust me." Her tone did not dispel Batman's suspicions. Old Master Bruce did not know how to react when his promising junior suddenly became his sister-in-law. He could only say that the world was so small. In fact, if Thea took off her hood and saw her face, Talia would know that she had guessed wrongly. Ninja Master had an Arabian face, but Thea's ancestors were all Caucasian. As long as one was not blind, they would be able to tell the difference. However, revealing her face was not in line with her principle of keeping a low profile. With her strength, she did not dare to be targeted by the perverts of Gotham. Since she misunderstood, then she would continue to misunderstand. Thea ignored the strange gazes around her and slowly walked out of the crowd. Talia thought that she was going to accept the challenge, so she also walked forward slowly. The two of them stopped when they were 10 steps away from each other. "Let's fight using the Alliance's rules. If I lose, I'll take my men away." "If you lose, the same goes for you," Talia suggested. She then waved her hand, and many men in black appeared around them. They were all wearing leather jackets and carrying bows. Thea didn't know if these were the elites she took with her when she betrayed the Alliance, or if they were recently trained. She sized them up and estimated that there were about 100 of them. If all of them were as strong as Yao Fei, they would be able to affect the balance of the battlefield. "That's a good idea." Thea, agree with her. Batman, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't wait for his woman to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want her to cause any more trouble in this lifetime. "All right." Thea had the same idea. The two of them took off their bows at the same time and gently placed them on the ground. They looked at each other and drew their weapons. They each held their weapons and made a mysterious gesture. According to the Alliance's rules, this was a greeting to the ancient gods. Therefore, even though the Ninja Master was now rotten to the core, he was still a very traditional person who abided by the rules. The disciples he taught all knew this set of etiquette. Malcolm, who had been his adjutant for a period of time, was naturally familiar with this set of movements. For some reason, Old Ma taught Thea everything without thinking. This caused a certain misunderstanding. The Assassin's Alliance had a strict hierarchy, and the movements of each level were actually slightly different. Coincidentally, Old Ma used to be an adjutant, and he taught the movements of an adjutant. Talia had been the Master's adjutant for a long time, and before she betrayed the Alliance, she was also an adjutant. Old Ma could even be said to be her successor. This caused the movements of the two women to be exactly the same. The audience on the field could only see that the movements were elegant and simple. But looking at Thea's skillful movements, Batman, who was one of the 3 people on the field who knew this set of movements, couldn't help but ask through the headset, "Thea, are you a member of the Alliance?" She wanted to say that she wasn't from the Alliance, she was from the Horde. But at this time, Thea was fully focused on watching Talia's footsteps. she didn't have the time to explain. She said in a low voice, "No." But her words still caused a slight flaw. Talia waved the wolf fang in her hand and slashed at her neck. How could Thea be hit by such a simple slash? She held her sword with both hands and raised it up, blocking Talia's slash. Then, she kicked Talia's stomach. As a teacher who trained Yao Fei and would train Green Arrow in the future, Talia was very experienced. She leaned to the side and dodged the kick. Then, she changed her slash to a slice. Following the blade of Thea's sword, she slashed at her finger. Thea flicked her wrist and used the stabbing technique of Spanish fencing to attack Talia's middle. Not bad at close combat. Better than your archery skills. Talia immediately changed her move. Talia blocked the attack with her sword in front of her chest. My archery skills are the worst. You underestimated me. Thea continued to stab, slash, hack, and slash, trying to continue to gain the upper hand. Not bad at all. Talia had indeed underestimated Thea. She only felt that she had the upper hand in the last archery competition. Now that she was facing her younger sister, who was much younger than her, she underestimated her opponent. But no matter if it was the eldest daughter or the opposing faction, she couldn't lose. She also used speed to gain the upper hand. In the distance, Batman knew that his sudden interruption disrupted Thea's pace. He regretted it very much. Now that he saw her gradually equalizing the disadvantage, he felt a little better. Now that the two women were fighting, he also didn't want to see any casualties. He hated himself for being powerless. Previously, he could ask Thea to take care of Catwoman. But in the end, they didn't fight. The main character didn't fight, but the helper fought. This really made him speechless. He wanted to wear the bat suit and go to the scene to help, but seeing that he was still on crutches, he didn't want to send himself to death. It would be embarrassing if he was knocked to the ground by a small soldier in the melee. He wanted to give advice from a distance, but he found that the two women were very fast. It was almost like they were competing with each other. They knew their own moves. There was no need for him to give advice. It was too late. He was very anxious. Who should he ask to be the insurance? His two apprentices were watching attentively. The two women were stronger than them. His apprentices were still a little behind. He couldn't count on them. Sigh. The only one in the field who was close to him in terms of strength was his old flame Catwoman. Selina, pay attention to their fight. If there's any danger, stop them. Bruce knew that Catwoman would understand his intentions as soon as he said this. He was helpless to let one lover protect another. Sure enough, Catwoman understood what he meant. She was jealous. She snorted heavily to show that she heard him. After that, she didn't say anything else. The fight between the two women in the field had reached a climax. Thea was slashed on her left shoulder by Talia, and Talia was punched in the face by her. Blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. The two women entered a stalemate again. They took 3 steps away from each other and took the opportunity to recover their strength. At the same time, they kept moving around the center of the field, trying to find each other's weaknesses. Chapter 107. Their fight this time was different from the previous archery contest. Last time, it was just a casual exchange. At that time, Talia was worried about being ambushed by a ninja master, and Thea didn't want to fight her, so both of them were very restrained. This time, it was different. Talia felt that her sister was valued by her father, and she couldn't get rid of the anger in her heart. Forget about Catwoman, she even forgot about her own son and husband, Batman. She just wanted to prove that she wasn't worse than her sister. At first, Thea was forced to do something beyond her ability, but she was strangely dragged out to take the bullet for Catwoman. She felt that this was Gotham's first injustice. Plus, she was worried about Batman's woman and Green Arrow's future teacher. But after a few dangerous situations, she threw away her worries. Who's afraid of who? There was nothing wrong with Catwoman being paired with Batty, and she could teach Green Arrow herself. There was nothing to be proud of. There was only one word to describe it, and that was fighting head-on. The two of them rested for less than half a minute, and then they continued to fight. Both sides were confused. Didn't they agree that this was Gotham's internal conflict? What was the meaning of these two outsiders coming here to fight to the death? They didn't dare to say anything as they watched the fight in full swing, and could only watch silently. Talia had spread the news all over the world, and everyone knew that she came thousands of miles away to find her husband with her child. Now that they saw her and Thea fighting fiercely, they couldn't help but think of something. I heard that she's here to fight for her husband? One of the Penguin's subordinates said to the people around him. I heard that the one fighting her is her sister. One of the Court of Owls, who claimed to be well-informed, pointed with his sharp claws. Why is this sister fighting so fiercely? One of the Gotham Police Station's 5th Division's 12th Operation Team asked. You still don't understand. It's obvious that the two sisters are fighting over something. I can't go into too much detail. One of the veterans, who claimed to be very experienced, told the people around him a story that couldn't be told. Both sides had nothing to do, so they could only kill time by gossiping. The story became more and more bizarre, and after a lot of artistic embellishments, it now seemed quite plausible. As for Catwoman, one of the protagonists of the original story, she had long been forgotten by the masses. Therefore, when the final version of the story finally reached Catwoman's ears through her little friend, Miss Firefly, she was dumbfounded. The story had evolved into a very melodramatic one. Talia's younger sister had admired Batman since she was a child. When she grew up, she came out to seek true love. When her biological sister found out about it, she resolutely opposed it, which led to the war in Gotham. This news was leaked by one of Talia's subordinates who had followed him for many years. The authenticity of the news was very high, and after being deeply processed by the masses, it became like this. As for Catwoman, Talia didn't value Catwoman at all, and her subordinates didn't even know that there was such a person, so there was nothing to do with Catwoman in this story. Catwoman, who was brilliantly ignored, didn't know what expression to make. Her eyelids drooped, and she felt the gazes around her. She could only think, you guys can just ignore me, I'll steal everything from your house later. She didn't know that not only did she take the bullet, but she also took the blame. Thea and Talia's duel had entered the final stage. Talia had the advantage in terms of experience. Both of them were taught by their fathers, but when compared to a ninja master, the difference was obvious. Although Thea had been trained by Madame Shiva for a while in the later stages, her experience was still not as good as Talia's. Thea had the advantage in terms of physical strength. She was just 16 years old, while Talia was already in her 30s. She had also given birth, so her body had already passed its golden age. Don't believe what the experts said about not harming the body when they said that giving birth was not harmful. That was all nonsense. No heroine had ever become stronger the more she gave birth. Thea tilted her head to avoid the oncoming blade. She turned in the opposite direction with the force of turning her head, and swung her sword towards Talia's waist with her left hand. Talia was a little tired from her previous moves, so she couldn't stop in time. She could only bend her knees and fold her upper body in half to form an iron bridge to avoid the extremely fast sword. Thea didn't let her off. Before she could get up, her right hand caught up with her left hand. She exerted force with both hands, and the horizontal slash turned into a downward slash. Talia didn't have time to get up, so she could only roll half a circle and use her legs to clamp Thea's legs, trying to bring her down as well. Thea saw through her intentions and knew that she couldn't fall into her rhythm. She exerted force with both legs, and her left leg moved forward while her right leg moved horizontally, forming a T-step. This wasn't the technique of a ninja master. This was the Rollercoasters, an ancient Indian martial art taught by Ms. Shiva, who claimed to be Han Chinese but actually had some Indian ancestry. It was a type of ancient Indian martial art that incorporated many sacrificial and dance movements. This set of martial arts was just so for Sia. She always felt that punches to the flesh were the way to go. She had never been interested in this kind of fighting style that looked more like a dance than a martial art. But today, she suddenly used it and it really worked. A ninja master might know this martial art, but Talia really didn't. When she exerted force with both legs, she realized that her opponent wasn't moving at all. She knew that she was in trouble. Sure enough, Thea saw this heaven-sent opportunity. She swung her right hand in a half-circle and slashed at Talia's neck. Talia was still on the ground, so there was no way for her to dodge. She was upset at the thought of being defeated by her sister, who was half her age. Was it really meaningless for her to train so hard? Was her talent really that bad? Unwilling to admit defeat, he also used the knife to stab Sia's heart from the bottom up. "Selena, hurry." Uncle Bat was so anxious that he almost jumped out of the monitor. The two exchanged blows so quickly that it was too late for them to react. Catwoman took out a throwing knife that she had prepared beforehand to save the day. Of course, Thea wouldn't die together with her. She was already prepared for a counterattack. When she saw Catwoman's knife coming at her, she pulled out a dagger that she had never used in this battle. With a clang, she parried Catwoman's long knife. She placed the sword in her right hand on Talia's neck and said calmly, "You lost." "Thea, don't." Batman was the only one who could plead in her ear. Gordon wanted to say something, but he forced himself to hold it back. "Kill me for your trial." Talia threw the knife to the ground calmly. She didn't get up and sat on the ground, ready to die. Trial my *SS. Thea had already won. She wanted to complain again. "Will you drop equipment if I kill you? Will I get an achievement?" Besides, Batman wouldn't let her do it. However, it wasn't right for her to stop now. This was a sacred thing for the Assassin's League. Didn't you see Talia's 100 or so lackeys watching in silence? None of them had the intention to save their boss. Batman, who knew the rules, was also in a dilemma. Hastily interrupting was equivalent to insulting both of them at the same time. So, he could only watch the results silently. Theo was stunned for 5 seconds. Damn it, why isn't anyone giving me a way out? Just as she was thinking about how to end the fight, someone who didn't know the rules and thought that he was the boss jumped out. 3 sharp blades that looked like grinding wheels spun and flew at her. Chapter 108. Thea couldn't help but want to give this ignorant and fearless guy a thumbs up. The ninja master was most particular about rules. Or rather, he had lived for more than 800 years and had lost most of his humanity, leaving only this little bit of spiritual sustenance. Facing the rapidly spinning blades, Thea wasn't afraid at all. She dodged one, slashed another with her long sword, and cut the last one in half by Talia, who got up from the ground. Looking at the angry Talia, Thea only felt that the Assassin League's rules were quite interesting. She didn't blame herself for wanting to kill her, but she hated someone for helping her. She was really strong. Since the duel was interrupted, naturally, it couldn't continue. Thea decided to put on a show. "Who interrupted us?" she shouted. Talia also looked at her own team with a sword in her hand, trying to find the guy who interrupted her sacred ceremony. The two of them didn't see who interfered, but there were more than 100 of Talia's followers who had good eyesight. They communicated with each other and instantly, more than 100 arrows were pointed at the short, weird-looking penguin man. Speaking of which, the ninja master's syllabus was written in an unknown way. It was called the Assassin League, but other than Batman, who transferred early on, the rest of the students were all archers. Black Arrow, Green Arrow, and Red Arrow. It was really speechless. At this time, the Penguin Man, who was targeted by so many archers, was a little dumbfounded. He had been thinking about how to stab his companions more efficiently all his life. Today, he finally did something good. Seeing that Talia was about to die, he shot 3 throwing knives with his umbrella. However, he guessed correctly at the beginning but not the ending. With more than 100 arrows pointing at him, it definitely didn't feel good. The pig-faced man beside him subconsciously moved a few steps to the side. You interrupted the sacred duel of the Assassin League. According to the ancient law, I want to kill you. Come out and duel with me. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. Thea said these words firmly. She repeated them twice in English and ancient Arabic. She raised the sword in her hand and pointed at the Penguin Man from afar. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. Talia's underlings around him were excited as if they were celebrating a festival. A few of them even pointed their swords at the sky to exert psychological pressure on the penguin. Talia was not at all displeased that her underling had gone to support the enemy from 1 minute ago. The belief of following the rules had long been ingrained in her bones. She did not feel like the one being saved at all. She also drew her sword and pointed at the Penguin Man. Come out. You must die. The people on Gordon's side were a little confused by this matter. Looking at Thea's stance, she was trying to cause internal strife. What a genius. Batman understood these rules. Seeing that the people on his side had nothing to do, he told them about the life of the Ninja Master as if he was telling a story. He also talked about the various good and bad rules in the Alliance, which made the listeners a little dumbfounded. There was actually someone in this world who had lived for 800 years. Thea did not know that her clear past had been wrapped up by Uncle Bat using the mysterious atmosphere of the Alliance, making it seem blurred. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The Penguin Man saw that the crowd around him had automatically emptied out. He did not dare to fight with Thea. The two women had fought for half an hour, and the flashes of their swords were frightening. He had relied on schemes to get to where he was, not fighting. Plus, he was a cripple. How could he win? The will of the Alliance is not to be questioned. You insulted the sacred duel, which is the same as insulting the Ninja Master. Thea felt that her acting skills must have improved a lot. Did she have anything to do with the Ninja Master? She was just using the tiger's skin as a flag. Sure enough, when she mentioned the Ninja Master, Talia's underlings roared to help her. At this moment, the Penguin Man really wanted to faint or someone to shoot him. As the former underground emperor of Gotham, although he had never met the Ninja Master, he still knew about the Ninja Master. He only felt that the Ninja Master was a legendary figure. Did I insult him? No, I really wanted to help. Okay, if you don't want to come out, then I'll just do it. Thea knew when to stop. It was fine to use the tiger's skin for a while, but if she used it for too long, it would attract the tiger's attention. Her relationship with Old Ma could not be exposed, and Talia was also a defector. It was hard to say who the Ninja Master's first target would be. She took out a frost arrow and aimed it at the Penguin Man. This time, she could use the Alliance's ancient tradition to kill this guy. Batman knew the rules, so it was fine if he saw it. After all, it was the Ninja Master's fault. She wondered if this guy's nickname was Penguin Man because his resistance to cold was so strong. Freezing Man could be exempted, so could he. Thea was ready to show them the power of science. Whoosh, an arrow was shot. The Penguin Man was pointed at by more than 100 arrows. It had to be said that he was a famous person and had some decisiveness. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was afraid of causing a scene of hundreds of arrows. Therefore, when faced with Thea's arrow, he hesitated for a moment and decided to take it head-on. He hoped that he would not die. In order to leave a good name for the righteous side, Thea did not aim at his vitals. Instead, she aimed at the penguin man's lame leg. Puff! The moment the arrow entered his leg, the penguin man felt the surrounding temperature drop. He knew that he had been tricked. Wasn't it supposed to be a normal arrow? These were the last words that appeared in his mind. However, when the words reached his mouth, his lips were too weak to speak. TSK, what penguin man? Sia pursed her lips, this is all fake. He bragged so viciously and fiercely. In less than 2 seconds, his legs were already covered in frost. The speed of the frost was extremely fast. I believe that in less than 10 seconds, he would be able to go into the ice and pretend to be the Wumo King. Just as Thea was thinking about how the penguin man was dead, his subordinates would scatter in all directions. She would stabilize Talia and leave the rest of the soldiers to Gordon and the others. No matter how many reinforcements there were, they would not be afraid. This time, they had won completely. However, an angry roar broke her train of thought. A tall and muscular figure jumped down from a building not far away. In less than 5 seconds, he covered a distance of 100 meters. The person reached out his thick arms and ignored the gradually solidifying ice. He grabbed the penguin man's neck and pulled him up from the ground as if he was pulling out a carrot. His left hand pulled out the arrow from the penguin man's leg. He looked at the penguin man's pale face, grabbed his lame leg, and slammed it back and forth on the ground a dozen times like a dead dog. The ice on the penguin man's body was shattered. He lifted the penguin man up and looked at the result. With a sinister smile, he handed the penguin man to the penguin man beside him. Bane. Batman looked at the familiar figure on the monitor and said hatefully. Sia also saw this guy who had suddenly appeared. She had expected this. After all, Talia was here, so Bane wouldn't be far away. It was just that this guy had ruined her plan, which was a little annoying. Today, Bane came fully armed. His muscular body was at least 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested and carried his iconic green canister on his back. From time to time, liquid would enter his mouth through a tube that was covered by a mask. He said in a muffled voice, Talia, this is not what we agreed on. Chapter 109. Talia sneered. I don't need to explain to you what I'm doing. Bane, with his huge head, looked at her without backing down. Now is not the time. The two of them exchanged glances in the air. In the end, Talia waved her hand and the hundreds of men in black put down their bows. I won't be participating in today's battle. You can have fun. Talia blew Thea a kiss and left with her men. Do you want to suffer the wrath of the Alliance? Sia glared at Bane fiercely. It had to be said that she was a little too immersed in the role. She had perfectly imitated the vengeful spirit of a ninja master. To be honest, Bane didn't dare to provoke the master. Even many villains who were so bad that they were fuming with smoke would keep a respectful distance from the master, who had no magic and no technological equipment. You don't know how many trump cards he has prepared in the past 800 years. As a junior, Bane doesn't dare to confront him face to face. But he couldn't back down in front of so many people. Talia, who could have split the firepower, ran away first, but she fought for a long time, so it was barely acceptable. If he ran away without fighting, it would be too embarrassing. He had taken so much money from the Court of Owls, so he had to deal with it. I have no intention to be the Master's enemy. I also respect the rules of the Alliance, but this guy can't die today. Bane's words could be described as groveling. He had never been so cowardly since he became famous. He secretly hated the Penguin Man. Why did you interfere and cause trouble? If Thea was still the same as before, she would have stepped down. She didn't want to fight with Bane. This guy had a big head and a thick neck. He looked like a warrior boss with infinite strength. It was too easy for him to deal with an agility type like her. But the ninja master's tiger skin could scare Bane, but at the same time, it was a double-edged sword. It also limited her. If she said, "Okay, then let's go home," that wouldn't be in line with her previous image. Anyone could see the problem. This role-playing game had to continue. Thea said gloomily, "Then you can try." After saying that, he used his fastest speed to draw an arrow. He didn't use his eyes to aim, but instead used his powerful perception to shoot an arrow at the unconscious penguin. Bane had also been paying attention to prevent her from attacking, but he had never seen Thea shoot an arrow. He had only heard from Talia that she was not as good as her. Now that he was facing Thea's highest level arrow, he had underestimated her. It was too late for him to run over. Penguin was the one with the most underlings present. The Owl Court had paid him a large sum of money so that he wouldn't die here today, so Bane had no choice but to give it his all. The green canister behind him boiled violently, and a large amount of venom flowed into Bane's body through the pipe. His arm visibly thickened. He grabbed a gang member beside him and threw the arrow at Thea. If the trajectory of Thea's arrow could still be vaguely seen, the human sandbag that Bane threw later had exceeded the retina's reception limit. The unlucky guy took Thea's arrow head-on and was killed before he could even make a sound. That's so fierce. The people present might only think that it was powerful, but Thea, who was close to the limit of human physical strength, knew the huge gap between them all too well. Her arrow's speed was about 300 feet per second, which was 90 meters. If the arrow kept moving at a constant speed, it would be 300 kilometers per hour. However, Bane's hasty throw was estimated to be more than 500 kilometers per hour. If the weight of the arrow and the air resistance were taken into account, the value would be even higher. It was true that strength created miracles. The ancients didn't lie. This person could only be defeated with wisdom, not brute force. Thea was momentarily stunned by this guy's shocking move. Bane's hasty use of the venom to strengthen himself was actually not a good thing. Now that the venom was attacking his brain, he threw away his worries about the Alliance and glared at Thea fiercely. This is indeed the Alliance's style. A bunch of scumbags who only know how to sneak attack. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Thea had more than 500 underlings with her, so how could she fight him one-on-one? She would spare his life this time, but next time, she would bring a skateboard and beat him up. Layla, are your snipers ready? Let's shoot him twice first. I want to see how strong his defense is. Thea's so-called 2 shots was just an adjective. The Heaven's Eye Society's agents understood perfectly. The snipers from 3 directions fired 5 shots without stopping. Bang! Bang! Bane was very experienced. Perhaps because he was not very agile, he had no intention of dodging at all. He covered his face and heart with his hands and took 15 bullets head-on. The bullets were enough to penetrate a 4 mm thick steel plate from 1,200 meters away. However, such an impressive result was ineffective against Bane's strong body. The bullets were stuck in the muscle layer, and the ones at bad angles only scratched Bane's skin a little. With his strong self-healing ability, bullets were constantly squeezed out of his muscles and fell to the ground. No matter how confident Thea was, she did not think that her bow and arrow could be stronger than a sniper rifle. As for using her sword to fight, it was not within her plan at all. This guy was destined to be dealt with by her master. She would rather be a bystander. However, if she wanted to dodge, she would have to ask Bane for permission. He wanted to scold Thea for not following the rules of the martial arts world. What happened to the cold weapons competition? She looked cool when she squeezed out bullets, but in fact, how could the bullets not hurt when they hit the body? Although the venom accelerated the healing of the body, it did not come without a price. The venom would constantly corrode his brain. Every time he used it, he would need to recover for a long time to keep his mind clear. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense. With the intention to end the battle quickly, he ran towards Thea like a bull. "You've got your eyes set on me, haven't you?" Thea's temper rose. "I just don't want to hit you, not that I'm afraid of you. I'll let you see the advanced martial arts concepts of the East. I'll let you know what it means to use softness to conquer strength. I'll let you know what it means to use softness to conquer strength." With a whoosh, the two arrows flew out and hit the ground one step in front of Bane's feet. A white substance called spider silk, which was actually a chemical product, instantly filled Bane's vision. What the hell is this? He subconsciously wanted to push the thing in front of him away, but when his hand touched the spider's silk, he found that it was stuck. 2 tons of strength erupted in an instant, wanting to tear the thing apart. But his move was already predicted by Thea. Because of his strong pull, the remaining spider silk was pulled away by him and stuck to his head and face. As he continued to struggle, his skin became more and more glued. One must know that he jumped out bare-chested. In less than 10 seconds, his original appearance could not be seen. From afar, he looked like a big white cocoon. "Don't be in a daze, quickly organize the attack." Thea felt that her companions might have been too busy watching the show and had already forgotten what they were here for, so she kindly reminded them. Chapter 110. Before they could react, Thea swung her sword with her right hand and pointed it at the sky. "For the glory of the Alliance," no, the words quickly changed to, "for the freedom of Gotham." When the first gunshot rang out on the battlefield, she had already found cover and rested in a corner. It couldn't be helped. After fighting for half an hour, Talia wasn't easy to deal with. Not only was she exhausted, but she was also injured. She looked at her wounds. They were all superficial wounds. Her clothes looked good, but they had almost zero defense. Next time, she would have to get a set of high-density Kevlar from Batman. She ignored the battle in front of her, jumped over the crowd, and went to the back to rehydrate and bandage her wounds. What? Sisters fighting over a husband. She had just taken 2 sips of water when she was shocked by the news that Felicity whispered to her. What kind of logic was this? What happened to not spreading rumors? There were more than 500 people here, and that was enough to sentence her. When she found out that the final version of the story had been spread among the people on the battlefield, she did not know what expression to make. You Gotham people have too much time on your hands. That's why your imagination is so wild. She squinted her eyes and looked at the battlefield. Her first thought was to silence them. Did she have any weapons that could kill all of them? That would be difficult. Half of her pride from trapping Bane disappeared. She had taken the bullet and taken the blame at the same time. Batman, Catwoman, why don't you guys explain yourselves? She was depressed and could not be bothered to fight. From afar, she watched Catwoman take on the pig-faced man, and Barbara and Robin take on the 2 Talons with their swords. Catwoman was not sure if she was depressed or relaxed. She was supposed to be the female lead, but now she had no scenes left. She was depressed. Her stick was aimed at the pig-faced man's head. The enemy's head was already larger than a normal person's, but now it looked even bigger. Was she planning to beat him until he became an idiot? Barbara and her husband worked well together. The 2 Talons were top killers trained by the Owl Court since they were young. They were not weak either. It was hard to tell who would win in a 2 versus 2 situation. Thea, I know you need to recover your strength, but you won't be able to trap Bane for long. Bruce, who was monitoring the situation from afar, was very concerned about the enemy who had broken his back. Oh. Thea nodded in understanding. Her eyelids drooped as she looked at the large cocoon in the distance. Bruce was right. At first, Bane was not really trapped in the web. He had fainted because he had absorbed too much of the chemical substance from the spider's silk. Now, with his amazing resistance to poison, he had gradually regained consciousness and was struggling with all his might. Counting the arrows on his body, he originally had 5 frost arrows. Killer Crocodile used 2, and the penguin just now wasted 1. It seemed that he would have to use another one today. The distance was a little far, so he could only use projectile. Fortunately, the power of the frost arrow was not reflected in the arrow. It did not matter if it hit the target or not, as long as it was within range. He pointed his bow at the sky and shot another frost arrow in Bane's direction. This time, there was no big head and thick neck to disturb the situation. The effect of the frost arrow was good. In just 10 seconds, Bane, who was about to break free, was frozen solid again. You have the ability to freeze too. Miss Firefly, who also did not fight in the front, looked at Thea with a strange tone. What's the meaning of your eagerness to try? You have such a big opinion of the Frost team. If you see the Frost team in the future, what kind of expression will you make? Of course, Thea could not say that Miss Firefly's condition was too serious. Medicine could not suppress it, so she had to prepare for physical therapy next time. She said embarrassedly, "It's not my ability, it's the power of the arrowhead. And there's only 1 arrowhead left. That's a good move. Is it liquid nitrogen or liquid ammonia?" In the distance, Batman saw her arrowhead for the first time. The cobweb arrow just now was already very impressive, but now the effect was even better. Knowing that she could not hide it, Thea and Bruce chatted for a while. The two did not talk about the core technology, and only discussed the theory. I say, stop chatting. Help us out first. Barbara Robin was a little tired facing 2 well-trained claws. Listening to them talk about all kinds of messy elements, she was getting more and more annoyed. Okay, I'm coming. Thea was not so easy to talk to because she wanted to flatter Barbara. After all, she first came to Gotham to rob the rich. Now, who in Gotham was richer than the Court of Owls? The accumulation of dozens of families for more than 200 years, however, this matter could not be done in public. It required some secret methods. She took out a special arrowhead. This arrowhead was installed with a nanoscale tracker. It was stolen from Ray Palmer's company by one of Old Ma's men. Old Ma thought it was useless and gave it to Thea. Even Felicity did not know about the arrowhead's creation. The Court of Owls was rich, but they hid it well. In order to find this group of fat sheep, Thea decided to use the tracker on the 2 claws. She aimed at one of the claws that was less agile. Robin's baton hit him, and he could only dodge to the side and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Thea kept moving in the crowd and saw this flaw. Without hesitation, she pulled out an arrow and shot. Her archery skills were not as good against Bane and Talia because one of them was strong and the other was agile. However, it was just right to deal with these people whose strength was between 2nd tier and 1st tier. The arrow hit him squarely in the stomach. Ouch! Even though the claws were brainwashed and did not have any sense of right or wrong, they could still feel pain. Knowing that he was ambushed, he waved the sword in his hand like a windmill and forced Robin to back off. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow from his stomach. He looked around for the person who ambushed him. At this time, Thea retreated back into the crowd. She turned on the switch on her glasses and confirmed that the nanoscale tracker had entered his body and attached to his organs. She nodded with satisfaction and turned off the tracker. Now was not the time. Sia, our spies have reported that the major crime families in the city are gathering their forces and rushing towards us. Laura, who had always been quiet, reported the bad news at this time. How far are we? Less than 2 blocks. Was this premeditated, or did the Court of Owls do this on the spur of the moment? Thea felt that it was the latter. Talia's departure had dealt a heavy blow to the balance of power between the 2 sides. This was probably something they did not expect. If they were attacked from the front and the back, they would definitely lose. Thea observed the strength of the people in the battlefield. Selena, come back quickly. Catwoman heard the order and quickly sent the pig-faced man away. What's the matter? Thea handed her an arrow. You've seen it before. It's my magnetic arrow. I need you to insert it behind the enemy. It's best if you can cover the enemy within a range of 50 meters. Chapter 111. Sir, order your men to wait for the signal. Once the enemy is out of weapons, we will charge in and take them out. The field was too big for Thea to shoot that far, so she could only ask the parkour expert Catwoman to do the job. Thea, the thermal imaging shows that the enhanced man is coming out. Felicity, who had been staring at the monitor, also brought bad news. Robin, go prepare the wavelength transmitter. Thea fired a barrage of arrows to force Talon back. She then covered Barbara and herself as they retreated back to the main force. Regardless of whether they retreated or counterattacked, it was always a good idea to regroup. Catwoman, who was as agile as a human could be, ran from high to low. She weaved through the crowd and buildings. She had an excellent sense of direction, and after a few turns, she arrived at the back of the main force. She then used the dart technique to insert the arrows into the ground behind the battlefield. It's done. Catwoman said to Thea behind her. Find a place with thick walls and hide. Thea estimated the time and pressed the switch on the bow. Just like yesterday, a low humming sound was heard. Whoosh! 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 Many of the Arkham bandits were shaken by the loud noise, and they didn't even notice that their weapons were gone. Attack! Director Gordon couldn't wait to blow the bugle and raise the Star-Spangled Banner high. The old man took the lead and rushed up with his pistol. His men saw how reckless the director was and how the enemy had lost their weapons. What was there to be afraid of? They charged forward like they were on steroids. The ratio of casualties on the battlefield instantly increased. The unarmed bandits faced the armed police. It was like the Native Americans facing the colonists. Even though their hearts were filled with hatred, they still fell to the ground unwillingly. Although Chief Gordon couldn't bear it, he knew that the enemy's reinforcements were coming. Having been on the battlefield, he knew his priorities and didn't mention anything about the Miranda Clause at all. His subordinates were also in a killing frenzy and had long forgotten that they were police officers and not soldiers. In later history, this day would be known as the Gotham Massacre. Countless humanitarian defenders sat in air-conditioned rooms and expressed their dissatisfaction with the massacre caused by the Gotham Police Department. Of course, this was a story for later. At this moment, not knowing that they were in the middle of a historical event, the police officers were rather restrained, but the hot-blooded citizens and veterans were overjoyed. They could no longer control the violence in their hearts, and they held their submachine guns and fired at the empty-handed criminals. In less than a minute, the dark ground of Arkham Square was dyed red by the blood of sin. Both the elite scarecrows and the loyal penguins fell to the ground in droves. To be honest, Batman didn't feel good when he saw this scene, but he also knew that he couldn't stop it. This was war. Either the good guys would be sacrificed, or the bad guys would be wiped out. It was impossible to knock everyone out and take them away. Thea and Gordon's decision wasn't wrong. Thea, on the other hand, didn't feel guilty. These were all bad guys, so if you locked them up, they wouldn't do anything bad. She noticed that some of the veterans were losing control, so she walked over to Laura and whispered, "The enhancers are about to attack from the west. You should lead them there and hold off the first wave of attacks." Both of them knew who she was referring to. The mastermind behind the scenes started to panic. Seeing that his men were being slaughtered like never before, the enhancers that he controlled did not leave through the door. Instead, he used explosives to open up a path, and over 200 enhancers charged out. The ones facing the strong enemy were the veterans. They were purposely led to the side by Lara's agents in disguise, and they were just in time to face the strongest wave of attack since the beginning of the war. Thea didn't immediately order for the sonic weapons to be used. Instead, she watched coldly. On one hand, she wanted to reduce the number of uncontrollable factors, and on the other hand, she wanted the enhancers to enter the attack range. As the veterans continued to die, until there were no more enhancers coming out of the asylum, she nodded to Robin. This time, the sound wave was different from Sia's magnetic arrow. Her magnetic arrow was purely collateral damage. Master Bat's infrasound was the real deal. Before anyone on the battlefield could notice anything, the 200-plus enhancers had already started to stagger. The effect is not bad. Thea gestured to Director Gordon. Let's continue. Can these people still be saved? The old director was still trying to salvage the situation, but Thea shook her head. The genetic transformation is irreversible. They are no longer the original citizens, Director. The old director, who was known as the Executioner Gordon, in the years to come, had nothing to lose. What difference did it make if they killed 300 or 500 people? With a wave of his hand, everyone started to focus fire on the new targets. It had to be said that the effects of the biochemical experiment were obvious. These people were much stronger than the dead bandits on the ground. Many of them could still run forward after being shot 4 or 5 times. But as more and more people fell to the ground, the remaining few with thick skin had to face the barrage of 5 or 6 guns at the same time. They were bleeding profusely, and the sonic weapons were still emitting infrasound waves, which increased the casualties of the enhancers. Bang! An earth-shattering sound pulled Thea's gaze to the east. Bane, who was frozen by her, had made countless cracks in the ice. Half of his strong arm was already stretched out. The loud sound was the result of his all-out attack. This was the first time Thea saw someone who could defrost himself. Although this method was a little violent, this guy's strength was indeed beyond scientific calculation. This was too exaggerated. Did she have any other way? Thea, get out of the way. He has lost his mind. Batman knew this enemy well and quickly reminded them. Yes, breaking the ice from the inside. How strong was that? At this time, Bane's eyes were bloodshot. He broke the ice on his body with a few punches and kicks. The muscles on his upper body were bulging like a small mountain. The venom on his back had decreased by 1/5, and there was still a lot of it being delivered to his lips from the can. This guy had gone berserk because of her. Thea thought this was the most reasonable explanation. Whoever went up now would die. The military helicopters that were originally prepared to deal with the crime families had no choice but to participate in the battle ahead of time. She turned to Lara and said, "Shoot him with your helicopter cannons and see if you can lure him away. If he leaves the crowd, use the missiles." She raised her hand and made a cutting motion. What about Batman's fated battle? She really didn't think that much. Besides, looking at this berserk guy, Master Bruce should just go to sleep. You can't beat him, so I'll help you take care of him first. The military helicopters were very fast. They quickly drove over from their previous hiding spot and rained bullets on the big fool on the ground who was emitting green gas. At this time, Bane could be considered as Super Bane. After the brain was stimulated by the venom, his body's potential was fully activated. He was immune to the bullets to a certain extent. He grabbed the things around him and threw them into the air. When the military helicopters saw that they had successfully lured Bane, they began to shoot a few times and flew a distance away, trying to lure Bane away. Chapter 112. Actually, it would be best to drag Bane along with the criminal families and let them fight each other. However, no one was stupid. These families with deep roots had ground-to-air missiles, and the pilots did not dare to get close. The American military was too lazy due to the liberal democratic ideology preached by their politicians. It was very ironic. They were willing to fight battles that were favorable to them. As long as there was a little danger, they would immediately revolt. It was not uncommon for soldiers to fight against generals. Thea could not guarantee that her orders across the 8 Paths Bay would be carried out without any reservations. Just as she was about to retreat, Barbara ran over with a red face. "Why are we retreating?" Yes, it was hard to say how many people they had today. A conservative estimate was that they had killed at least 1/3 of Gotham's criminals, and it was a permanent elimination. With so many people, it would take at least 2 years to capture them according to Batman's habits. At this time, Barbara was holding a person in her hand. "Look who I caught." Scarecrow. Ha! At this time, the former Gotham professor had already fainted. There was a bloody hole in his left shoulder that was bleeding. Seeing that he was not missing an arm or a leg, Thea was a little disappointed. It was not appropriate to kill him after catching him. As for Barbara's question, seeing how happy she was, Thea did not want to dampen her enthusiasm. She could only say softly, "We don't have much ammo left." Barbara's face instantly turned pale. Without ammo, wouldn't they be the same as those people who were slaughtered just now? She turned to look at her father. After receiving confirmation, she quickly asked Thea, who had leveled up into a resourceful star. "What should we do?" "Don't worry, this place is so big. I've already asked Catwoman to scout ahead. She knows the place well. We'll be back after taking a big detour." Thea knew that the attack on Arkham under her command had come to an end. The next time they came, it would be Batman leading the team. She could not help but sigh. Looking at the Scarecrow being carried away, she asked them about the results of the battle. She found out that the Talon duo had already escaped, the Penguin Man was missing, and the pig-faced man was killed on the spot because he was too big. Talon's escape was good news for him. Even if Penguin Man was still alive, Talia would come after him. Although he didn't manage to destroy Arkham in the end, the enemy's strength was basically wiped out. At least his efforts were not in vain. He ordered the troops to follow the Catwoman, who had returned from exploring, and went around 7th Avenue and Poplar Street to return to the camp. Before she left, Thea ordered Miss Firefly, who had maxed out her fire talent, to set up a fire. On one hand, she wanted to stop the enemy from chasing after her, and on the other hand, she wanted to burn down this evil asylum. The retreat was quite successful. The major crime families were only motivated by the interests of the Owl Court and didn't want to fight them head-on. Both sides tacitly returned to their homes. Once they returned to the camp, everything was fine. At least Thea had nothing to do. She was not in a hurry to activate the tracking device. The Court of Owls was not at the end of their rope yet. She needed to wait a little longer. During dinner, the few of them gathered together to discuss the next step of the plan. This time, Thea had gradually reduced her speech and left all the work to Batman. The two of them were well aware of this exchange of roles. At this time, a police officer walked up to Gordon and whispered a few words in his ear. "I'll take care of it. I'll be back in a bit." The old director walked out after hearing the words. But before he could walk out the door, a sharp voice shouted from outside the door, "Jim, old friend, you must help me. Arrest me. Hurry up and arrest me." The person seemed to be held back by a few people, but he was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Was he in a hurry to surrender? This was a rare occurrence, but it was obvious that the only person who could be considered an old friend of Gordon's was the unlucky Penguin Man. He didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious and strong-willed. After all, even a strong man like Bane, who was almost driven crazy by Thea's frost arrow, this guy was still alive and kicking as he chased after them. It was amazing. "Take him to the surveillance room for questioning." Bruce, who had already taken over as the leader, said to the old director. He couldn't let him barge in. The few people in the room weren't wearing their masks. Robin and the others weren't important, but Thea and Bruce were famous people. Their identities couldn't be leaked out. The few of them lost their appetite for dinner and went to see the former underground emperor of Gotham. The Penguin Man in the surveillance room could only be described as miserable. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a ghost. His originally lame leg was now completely necrotic. He had to be supported by his loyal subordinates all the way here. He probably knew that the few of them were looking at him in front of the surveillance camera. He cried and complained to the camera about his various evil deeds, which meant that they had to arrest him immediately. "What do we do with this guy?" Gordon, the boss of the police station, asked. This guy was obviously afraid of death. He used the excuse of surrendering, but in reality, he was here to avoid trouble. Anyone with an above-average IQ could understand this, but he couldn't throw him out because of his identity. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Thea to ask for her opinion. He really didn't understand how the Alliance should take revenge. Looking at the high-end ceremony, would it cause a chain reaction if he said that he was going to take him into custody? Was it necessary for him to sacrifice countless police officers for a major criminal? It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that Thea was buried in the hole she dug, but at least half of it was buried. She couldn't say that she was acting during the day. Her relationship with the Alliance couldn't be exposed, so she had to keep it a secret. She thought about it again and again. She couldn't say anything, so she could only push the blame to someone else. Let Uncle Bruce decide. She turned and left the surveillance room after saying that. At this time, Uncle Bat was in a dilemma. With his IQ, he could see that Thea didn't care. Only Talia could scare Penguin like this. But this was the contradiction. He didn't want to see Talia at all, but he also didn't want to let the criminal go. He wanted to go back to bed and pretend to be sick for a few more days, so that he could push the blame to Thea, but Thea had already run away. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally won out. Lock him up. Humph. Catwoman knew a little about his psychological activities. She thought that he still wanted to see his old lover. She was jealous, slammed the door, and walked out. Batman felt that he wasn't understood, so he went outside to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, he saw Thea, who he suspected to be his sister-in-law, sitting on a tree and looking into the distance. It was a rare opportunity, and he also wanted to talk to this smart and witty girl to confirm her true thoughts. But he couldn't climb trees now. His waist hadn't fully recovered. He walked to the tree and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Thea jumped down the tree. "I'm thinking about my father and brother." She wasn't lying. She didn't know if she had ruined Oliver's opportunity, but she really didn't care. She just wanted to take him back to Star City and reunite with her family. As for Green Arrow and Talia, they could go to hell. Chapter 113. Batman, who was well versed in psychology and had done a lot of research on microexpressions, immediately knew that she was telling the truth. He felt a little sad as they were in the same boat. His parents had both died, and she had lost her father and brother. Their fates were really similar. But he still wanted to ask himself a question. So many people died during the day, do you feel guilty? They were all bad guys, and they were killed by the police. We are a country with a legal system, and these people deserve to die for resisting. Thea sometimes could not understand the logic of these heroes, but she could not refute them. She changed her perspective and pushed all the blame to the police. "Anyway, I didn't do it, I'm very calm." Batman was also stunned by her sophistry. What she said was completely correct, and no one could find fault with it. But he still did not want to give up. "But we just killed all the criminals, isn't that inappropriate?" Thea knew that he would not give up until he got an answer. She could only use the enthusiasm she had when she debated with Old Ma last year and come up with another theory. You are enforcing the law by arresting the criminals and sending them to the police station, and they are also enforcing the law by resisting until they are killed. This is not contradictory. Today's action is not a small-scale arrest, we are fighting a war between good and evil. There can only be one winner, and this war is not over yet. There are still thousands of citizens waiting to be rescued. Thea did not give him a chance to reply. She continued, I admire your actions, but from what I have seen in Gotham recently, Gotham not only lacks a Batman, it also lacks a Bruce. What do you mean? Batman was confused by her words. It means what it means. You are Batman at night and a playboy during the day. I think it is a bit of a waste of Bruce's illustrious identity. You should know that Chief Gordon is about to retire, so who will be in charge of Gotham during the day? Have you thought about it? You mean? Bruce's IQ was off the charts. He instantly understood what she meant, but he was still not sure. Strive to take over the position of police chief after Chief Gordon retires. With your connections and wealth, you can do better than the old chief. Thea didn't have a deep relationship with him. She was just trying to divert his attention to the politicians and financial groups. It would be much easier for her to deal with the Owl Court. But Batman really listened to her nonsense, and he even carefully considered the deeper meaning of her words. Gordon had been a police officer when he was young, and the two had worked together for many years. Today, Thea's words made him realize that his old buddy was really old. It's not wrong to say that it's dark under the light. I really haven't thought about the future of the police station. The old chief should really take a break. After so many years of life and death, he was kidnapped by bad people countless times. If it were me, there wouldn't be such a problem. Would I be afraid of being kidnapped? He nodded at Thea, indicating that he would think about it, and left with a lot on his mind. After he left, Thea found a clean patch of grass and sat down. She said softly as if to herself, he's gone far. Big sister, come out. Talia's figure appeared from behind a tree trunk not far away. She didn't have a bow, only a long sword at her waist. You're not my sister. Wasn't that obvious? Thea wasn't wearing a hood or glasses. Anyone could see that she wasn't related to Talia by blood. It's obvious. Thea picked up a pebble on the ground and threw it into the distance. Talia didn't have the intention to fight. She found an empty spot and sat down. The two were about 3 meters apart. She looked at her with bright eyes. Where did you learn your martial arts? Thea smiled but didn't say anything. How could she expose herself so easily? Are you trying to bully me because I'm young? Talia was mentally prepared for her silence. She started to analyze. You're definitely not trained in Nandarbart. You're the descendant of a certain adjutant, right? It couldn't be helped. The ninja master had lived for too long. There were more than 100 adjutants who worked with him. Although most of them died in Nandarbart, there were always a few exceptions. Talia couldn't be sure if these people's descendants passed it down. You don't want to attract the ninja master's attention to Gotham, right? Since they couldn't see the light of day, things were easier. Yes. The two of them could reach a consensus on this point. Sia nodded. According to the rules of the Alliance, I'll leave and not participate in the matters here. Since you're not too bad, I'll remind you that the Owl Court has found a secret weapon and is currently activating it. This news surprised Thea. The court had a lot of cards up their sleeves. How could they have a secret weapon to turn the tables at this point? What is it? She asked anxiously. Talia smiled proudly. I don't know. I only heard that they stopped the experiment of strengthening humans. That Professor Hugo is trying his best to solve it. Seeing that Thea was deep in thought, she threw a metal plate to her. I owe you a favor this time. If you need anything, you can find me in Russia. After that, she walked quickly into the forest and disappeared in a few sprints. Sia was dismayed by this half-spoken approach. It was too difficult to build trust between people. What kind of weapon was this? She racked her brains but could not think of any other weapon that Gutan could have up his sleeves. She could only shout to her right. Did you hear what she said? What weapon do you think it is? I'm dumbfounded. How would I know? Catwoman walked to Thea's side and lay on the ground. She was still chewing on a piece of grass as she stared blankly at the fading sunset. Your family of 3 only wanted me, an outsider, to be your counselor, right? Come on, let's continue chatting. She's gone anyway. Isn't that good? You can have some alone time with Bruce again. Don't go to Star City for this date. Go to the metropolis. Thea remembered their unique way of traveling clearly. No, I don't have money. Speaking of this topic, the feline girl felt depressed, and even Sia, who was half a teacher to Lady Shiva, felt awkward. Big Sister was too ruthless. Just look at how she forced the feline girl into such a state just so that her daughter could live a carefree life. Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Catwoman interrupted her and took out a scroll from her bag. This is a painting I got from Killer Moth. Take a look and I'll sell it to you. Painting. Thea felt that her ancestors didn't have any artistic cells. It was better to talk about explosives and swords with her. Why talk about painting? Besides, she was poor. If you didn't talk about money, they could still be friends. However, it wasn't appropriate to reject it directly. She could only accept it and take a look. The painting wasn't long. It was less than a meter in length and width. It was obvious that the painting was very old and had been repaired by an expert. However, Catwoman violently cut it, so its value was reduced by at least 50%. The content of the painting was also very monotonous. It seemed to be a forest with a winding stone path in the forest. Other than that, there was nothing else. There were no people or animals. It could barely be considered a landscape painting. Chapter 114. It was supposed to be a very ordinary painting, but it was this ordinary painting that made Sia feel that her strong willpower was constantly being absorbed. At the same time, whispers came from the painting, the sky, and the trees. It would have been better if she could hear them clearly, but the voices were so soft that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow them away. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hear a single word. Hey, what's wrong with you? The feline girl was still waiting for her to reply, but after waiting for a long time and seeing that she didn't respond, she gave her a light push. Me? Sia didn't know what was wrong with her. She carefully looked at the scroll again. The great suction force had disappeared, but she could still hear the whispers in the air. She didn't know if it was because of her tinnitus or something else, but she could still hear the whispers in the air. There was definitely something wrong with this painting, but was it only affecting her or everyone else? Sia had to ask the cat girl to see if she had any abnormalities. What era do you think this painting is from? The software shows. Catwoman almost gave Felicity away, but she quickly corrected herself. I think it's an antique that's more than 1,000 years old. Thea was not in the mood to pay attention to her slip of the tongue. She wanted to confirm one last time. She opened the painting and asked Catwoman, which master do you think left this painting behind? Catwoman had actually looked at the painting several times. If she could figure out its origin, she would have sold it for money. She glanced at it casually. I don't know. Thea had been watching Catwoman's subtle facial expressions from the corner of her eyes, but nothing happened. Catwoman was still lying there lazily, in stark contrast to her previous absent-mindedness. This painting is destined to be with me. That thought popped up in her mind. Then there's nothing to say. I'll buy it myself. Catwoman was a little embarrassed when she asked for the price. It was against her principles to sell such a worn-out and obviously stolen painting to her friend. But she was really in a tight spot now. A hero was a hero after all, so she did not have any psychological burden. Thea was poor, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how poor she was still a billionaire. The two of them completed the transaction happily. Catwoman, who felt that she had taken advantage of a fat sheep, was afraid that she would regret it and run away. Thea did not feel that she had been cheated. If there was nothing wrong with the painting, she would not have taken it. She secretly laughed at Catwoman's blindness. She would be poor all her life. Back at the campsite, they met to discuss the superweapon that Talia mentioned. Batman played dumb and did not ask her where she got the news from. Gordon and the others did not think to think so. As they discussed, they were all a little confused. As locals, they had no idea that there were any powerful weapons in their city. The old director also interrogated Penguin Man and Scarecrow, but to no avail. The spies under Lara's control did not give out any important information either. They only heard that Bane had finally regained his consciousness after 2 days. Now, he was hiding in Arkham to recuperate from his injuries. The remaining major crime families were fighting over the territories of Penguin Man and Scarecrow, who had survived the butcher's knife. The families fought, and the Owl Court did not stop them. In short, other than the illusory powerful weapon, the rest was good news. Thea got rid of her red leather jacket and changed into the high-density Kevlar combat suit that Batman provided. Wayne Group had been in the field of biopharmaceuticals for many years. They were at the top of the world when it came to micromolecular composite materials. Of course, to maintain the consistency of her personal style, the combat suit was still mainly red. This combat suit was extremely tough. It was immune to handgun bullets at close range, and bullets from rifles within 100 meters could also be stopped at the fabric layer. However, Thea politely declined the cape that Batman had given her along with the clothes. What was the use of the cape other than looking good? How many times had the red cape of a Supergirl been grabbed by the enemy and beaten to the ground? Why didn't they learn from such a painful lesson? However, seeing that the material of the cape was very particular, Thea did not refuse. Under Batman's regretful gaze, she handed it to Felicity as a souvenir. Her trip to Gotham was not in vain. Batman had been adjusting his body's condition for the past few days. His recovery ability was really strong. Injuries that took at least 100 days for an ordinary person were healed in less than a month for him. As the strongest fighter in the camp, Sia had to take some time to do some physical recovery training with him, even though she had taken someone else's battle suit. Batman had not recovered to his peak, but he was able to fight Thea to a standstill. One of their punches was heavy and the other was light. They were evenly matched. Right now, Sia's fighting ability was approaching perfection as the number of battles increased. She was about to form her own style, and it was only a matter of time before she would appear on Prometheus's list of 30 pugilists. When Barbara asked about Wing Chun, both of them said that they knew how to do it. It wasn't some secret that couldn't be passed on. However, Batman looked weird when he practiced, so Thea could only act as a temporary teacher. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since Sia was no longer the commander, Barbara, who had always been critical of her, actually took the initiative to ask her out for a walk twice. The relationship between the two was no longer as stiff as before. For the rest of the time, Sia had been making all kinds of arrowheads. It would be a waste if she did not use all the raw materials, as Wayne Group would pay for all of them. She plundered hard and added 10 sets of all kinds of high-tech arrowheads. She also got a lot of Miss Firefly's kerosene with the help of Catgirl and made 10 flame arrows. Because Bane was recovering from his injuries, a few city officials were rescued by Gordon. They were all chubby and did not look like they had been abused. The mayor, who was the leader, was frightened by Gordon's military power. Fortunately, there were no rumors of Qin Xiao's mutiny in foreign countries. Otherwise, he would have thought that the old director was up to something. He gave the authority of the city to the old director and hid in his house with the excuse that he was too injured. Thea was busy during the day and studied the painting at night when no one was around. She had used various instruments to measure it. The painting was indeed thousands of years old, but there was no pattern that matched the painting. That night, she thought about it for half the night. She was so restless that she could not fall asleep. The faint whisper floated in her ears again. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not make out what it was saying. Just as she thought, did I get Gotham's disease and become schizophrenic? The characters with dual personalities in the anime are all amazing, but I really don't want to become like that. Come to me. I can help you. I'm not a bad person. The voice this time was different from the one she heard before. It was a little muffled, as if it came from underground. Let's go and see. She immediately made up her mind. Of course, it was not because the other party said that he was not a bad person. In this day and age, no bad person would say that they were bad. Every villain who was defeated had lofty ideals. Therefore, she did not take the words seriously. She would analyze the problem in detail when they met. Chapter 115. Ever since she changed into the Kevlar combat suit provided by Batman, the original antiviral suit had been eliminated. The new suit was able to withstand pressure, bulletproof, and sharp objects. It also had good breathability and moisturizing properties. Although it was not as fast as Superman or Supergirl, who could tear off her shirt and fly out, it was much more efficient than before. After changing, Thea did not inform anyone. She slung her weapon over her shoulder, jumped on the skateboard, and flew towards the direction of the sound. Although she was no longer in command, she did not stop paying attention to Gotham's weather. Every now and then, she would instruct the old director to shoot up into the sky. Out of respect for her, the higher-ups followed her orders without hesitation. That little bit of money was just fuel for Batman. Of course, this was referring to the fuel for the Batfighter. The speed at which the cumulus clouds accumulated could not withstand her daily destruction. She could now see the bright moonlight at night. She did not know how much crime had decreased, but at least it was much more pleasing to the eye. Using the bright moonlight, she identified the direction. The voice was still occasionally heard. Come to me. I can help you. It seemed to be coming from the south. Gotham was a large port city. The east was connected to the sea, the north and west were inland. As for the south, Thea only remembered that there was no one there. It was a muddy swamp. Although she had many doubts in her mind, she still entered a state of concentration. She did not fly at the highest speed. She constantly observed her surroundings and carefully flew towards the direction of the sound. As the surroundings became more and more desolate, her perceptive sense did not send out any warning signals. Her infrared scan did not show any signs of heat from large animals. I'm here, young one. A low voice sounded from below. Thea took out a frost arrow and knocked it on her bow. She gradually lowered her altitude and carefully prepared for any attacks that might follow. However, when she descended to an altitude of 20 meters, her surroundings were still desolate. No matter how she looked around, she could not see any signs of life nearby. Where are you? Although it was silly to ask, she really did not see this so-called person who could help her. I'm out. I'm not a bad person. Following his words, a gurgling sound of water could be heard. The swamp below began to ripple. A certain green guy that looked like a large sludge monster slowly crawled out of the swamp. Vines were flying everywhere now and then. Tons of mud was suddenly pulled into the air by the figure and then fell back into the swamp because of gravity. Thea stared blankly at the 5-meter-tall green humanoid creature in front of her. Who was this? Or rather, what was this thing? She looked at the bow in her hand. Her archery skills, which had been successful in the past, did not give her any sense of security at all. Could her arrows hurt this guy who was 5 meters tall and weighed several tons? The only thing that gave her courage was the skateboard under her feet. If she couldn't win, she could still run. Maybe, she couldn't say a single word. She quietly watched as the tall green creature moved around a few times, rubbing its face and stretching its neck. Guessing that she was not on its menu, Thea shouted loudly, "Did you summon me?" She had no choice. They were at least 50 meters apart. She was afraid that he would not hear her even if she shouted. However, it took him half a minute to respond. These short 30 seconds were enough to make her anxious. She was afraid that he would use his ultimate skill to kill her instantly. "It's me, young one," the green creature replied slowly. This made the short-tempered Thea's eyebrows twitch. If she could not defeat him, she would definitely teach him a lesson. "You. What do you want from me?" Thea knew that she had to lower her head when she was under someone else's roof. She lowered her altitude to the same level as him and asked respectfully. "It's a long story. Be patient," the green creature said calmly. Thea felt that this guy did not seem to have any bad intentions. She could only say that she was very patient and that they could talk until dawn. "I'm not a bad person." Thea did not understand why he kept emphasizing this point. It remained to be seen if he was really not a bad person or if he was just trying to numb her. "I'm a botanist. I became like this because of an experiment. My original name was Alec Holan. Of course, no one calls me that anymore. They all call me the swamp monster." The giant green creature, or rather, the swamp monster, sighed when he talked about the past. However, he quickly put the past aside and talked about the purpose of today's visit. "There are many supernatural beings in this world. I'm one of them. Our leader detected a supernatural reaction on your body. That's why he ordered us to come in contact with you." Thea's mind was filled with question marks. What did he mean by that? Was there a supernatural reaction on her body? Was she about to awaken her superpower? In her memory, version 1.0, Thea was just a normal person. She had spent half her life under the wings of the Green Arrow. She ran around everywhere and had a few boyfriends who were all courting death. It could be said that she would die if she came into contact with them. Since when did being a loner count as a superpower? "I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you here to warn me or to capture me?" It wasn't that Thea always looked down on others with malice. It was just that the people in this world were like that. They would burn and slice people up for no reason. The swamp monster shook his head. "I'm here to help you. I've said that before." Very good and very powerful. Every villain said that they wanted to help others at the beginning. Their methods of help were usually daggers, explosives, brainwashing, and the like. Thea didn't say anything. She waited for him to continue. "You should have obtained some kind of sacred relic. This relic awakened your bloodline. You're not a normal person. You have the legacy of the ancient sages." Relic? This wasn't hard to guess. The painting that Catwoman stole from the killer moth was the beginning of everything. Because she didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, she brought that strange painting with her when she went out. As for the bloodline, it was a little confusing. Was it brought about by the fusion, or did she have it in the first place? This was a bloodline. It sounded so high and mighty. What bloodline limit, D-clan, weren't they all cheats brought about by the bloodline? But did she really have such a thing? Although she was a little afraid that this big green guy would snatch her painting, she still took it out. "The relic you're talking about is this, right? As for the bloodline, can you explain it?" The swamp monster revealed a smile that he thought was kind, but Thea thought was terrifying. Only you know your bloodline. I used to be a botanist, but now I'm not even a human. I can't determine the source of your bloodline. Only I know. What do I know? Thea's brain was about to become mush. Just when she was about to say that she couldn't remember, the scenery in the painting flashed in her mind, and her family name that she had never shown before. Merlin. Chapter 116. The great wizard Merlin was a legendary figure that everyone in Europe and the United States knew about. The meeting between the great wizard and King Arthur, and the legend of the 12 Knights, had reached the point where almost everyone knew about it. But was this Merlin, who was so famous, the same person as Malcolm Merlin? She had been painstakingly searching for 8 generations of the Quinn family's ancestors. It turned out that the truth was so close to her. But was this really the truth? She looked at her own hands. Her 5 slender fingers were white and full of strength. Whether it was a bow or a sword or a dagger, she could use them all skillfully. But no matter how she looked at it, it did not look like she could shoot fireballs or icicles. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, Old Ma's bloodline should be purer than hers. The old man had been scheming all his life, but in the end, it could be said that he became more and more miserable. She did not see him awaken any great ability in adversity. The so-called bloodline also did not help him kill the Green Arrow and the Ninja Master. Could he become a wizard? Thea imagined the scene of Malcolm wearing a robe and shooting fireballs. That scene was too beautiful. You must be kidding me. However, the swamp creature in front of him seemed to be telling the truth, and it didn't seem to be a lie. Thea pointed at herself. Do you have my bloodline now? But I don't feel any difference. The swamp creature did not speak. Countless vines of plants rose from the mud below him. Wrapped in a variety of dazzling plants, the vines lifted up a dark red vessel. Looking at the clean, cup-like vessel that was taken out of the mud in front of her, Thea now truly understood what it meant to be untainted by mud. Needless to say, this was definitely a treasure, but it was definitely not meant to be with her. Sure enough, the swamp creature spoke. This is the soul awakening cup of the leader's wife. It can successfully awaken your bloodline. As for whether it succeeds or not, it depends on you. Although Thea had never heard of this so-called wife, she knew that she was a big boss in a certain industry. At this point, there was nothing to worry about. How do I use it? Drip your blood into the cup. It will search for the holy relic on your body and successfully open the land of heritage. The swamp creature probably knew that he looked a little scary, and he didn't know how brave Thea was. Using his past experience as a human, he only felt that if he was a little girl, he would have fainted for 10 minutes. He controlled the vines to put the cup on the ground and slowly took 2 steps back. Thea descends from the air to the ground. She doesn't dare to leave the skateboard. She walks around the inconspicuous cup twice. She doesn't see anything wrong with it. Thea rolled up her sleeves and made a cut on her arm. Fresh blood quickly covered the bottom of the cup. Just as Thea was wondering how much blood was needed to activate this thing, she felt a hook hooked onto her belly button and pulled upwards. She wanted to shout, but the rapid wind had already made her unable to speak. She only felt that she had been stuffed into a narrow tunnel. Her entire body was enveloped by a huge wave of air, and she was flying at high speed in this extremely long tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, when she regained consciousness, there was only one thought in her mind. This user experience sucks. He patted his butt and wanted to stand up. Only then did he realize that the combat uniform he was wearing was gone. Instead, he was wearing a beggar's outfit. Alright, calling it a beggar's outfit was a bit of an exaggeration. However, this coarse cloth jacket didn't look gorgeous at all. It's just that this jacket looks thick, but in reality, it feels very bad to the touch. What's going on? Where's my underwear? Thea realized that she only has one piece of clothing. It's very empty and uncomfortable. She can't help but feel a little annoyed at the guy who designed this part of the process. But fortunately, she's a woman of the underworld and doesn't care about trifles. She didn't bring her Kevlar, bow, dagger and so on with her. Only the sword of Osriel that she previously seized is lying quietly on the ground. Thea jumped twice on the spot. Fortunately, her thing isn't too big. Even if she doesn't have any clothes, it won't be too much of a burden. This is good news. Because the surrounding looks very similar to the forest path in the painting, Thea looked very much like the forest path in the painting. The trees were tall and dense, and there were signs of a battle. As the saying goes, don't enter the forest. However, do I have a choice now? She pulled out her sword and slashed at the nearby trees. Not bad, this is my sword. I didn't get myself a fake one. Looking around, it seems that this is the only stone path in front of her. This path is very long and winding, and it seems to go straight to the top of the mountain. Thea took a deep breath. The feeling of not having any underwear lingered on her body. She tried her best to use the secret technique that Madame Shiva taught her. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on walking up the mountain. The path was neatly built. Thea didn't know if this is a real scene or a world in the painting. She didn't see any animals or birds along the way. Her surroundings were quiet. Occasionally, there would be wind blowing, but it didn't cause any disturbances to her sharp senses. Just when she was about 1/5 of the way up the mountain, she received a warning from her perceptive sense. There was a tingling sensation that seemed to be stabbing her brain. Someone is ambushing me. Thea quickly saw the target. A guy with a face full of black fog and a body full of armor jumped down from a tree and slashed at Thea. At this time, the enemy was in midair, and his body was full of openings. In theory, it was the best time to attack. However, because she didn't know how strong his armor was, Thea chose to dodge. Thea did a side roll in advance to avoid the heavy slash. She didn't get up, but used the sharp sword in her hand to slash at the unprotected foot of the enemy. The armored man reacted quickly. He lifted his foot to step on the edge of her sword. At the same time, he used the huge two-handed sword to slash at Thea's head. This guy is very powerful. Thea used her agility to pull away and focused on defense. She peeked at the opponent's attack pattern and waited for the opportunity to find a flaw to determine the winner. Through the continuous exchanges, Thea gradually figured out the ins and outs of this guy. Looking at his skills, he definitely wasn't a nobody when he was alive. His two-handed sword danced vigorously, and ordinary people would have been hacked to death if they encountered him. Thinking of this, Thea was a little puzzled. Is my bloodline really Merlin's? Why did the mage selection have a martial arts competition? Or was it that the mages of Ancestor Merlin's time were all warriors? Although she was a little puzzled, she still easily dealt with this guy. Thanks to the ninja master's knowledge, Thea had long seen through this guy's swordsmanship. It was an ancient English battle formation swordsmanship. Whether or not he was a knight of the Round Table was unknown, but this set of swordsmanship was something that Thea had learned before. Moreover, as a master who had been in seclusion for 800 years, he had long studied the ways to break these swordsmanship. As long as she followed the recipe, she would be able to defeat this guy. Soon, Thea found the flaw that she was waiting for. The Black Fog Knight used a move where he held the sword with both hands and stabbed forward. Thea used the edge of her sword to block the knight's sword. Then, she charged forward fiercely and stabbed the sword in her hand into the knight's face. The Black Fog Knight immediately stopped. The shocking killing intent from before dissipated in an instant. He crossed his sword in his right hand and knelt on one knee on his left knee. He performed a salute that Thea couldn't understand, and then disappeared like a breeze. Chapter 117. After killing the Black Mist Knight, Thea did not let down her guard. She carefully made her way to the top of the mountain. The second half of the journey could be described as uneventful. In fact, by the time she was halfway up the mountain, she had a rough idea of what was going on. The original purpose of this checkpoint was probably not to let the apprentice sorcerer slay the knights blocking the way. If he guessed correctly, it should be to test the reaction speed and basic physical fitness of the people who came. To put it bluntly, it was to select the person who would run away in the face of danger, and the person who could run away quickly. However, Master Merlin probably did not expect his descendants to have such a weirdo like Thea. She killed the obstacle with just a few punches and kicks. The Black Mist Knight's martial arts were outstanding even today. The medieval ancestors of the Merlin family could only scurry away in front of him. It was impossible that ancient martial arts were better than modern martial arts. A skill must be more refined and refined. After countless generations of refinement, the final version must be stronger than the original version. Of course, if there was inner force or true inner force, it would be another matter. Anyway, Thea did not know that there was such a power system in this world. Otherwise, a ninja master who practiced for more than 800 years would have ascended. Phew. Thea climbed to the top of the mountain. The mountain was really high. She took a deep breath and stabbed her sword into the ground. Although she did not meet any enemies along the way, she did not feel relaxed. She wondered how her ancestors who were chased all the way to the top of the mountain were feeling. They must be so tired that their tongues were hanging out. She hoped that the second level would not be too difficult. The ground in front of her was not so much the top of the mountain. It was more like a square. The entire top of the mountain was flattened. In the depths of her sight was a large British-style palace. The palace door was at least 10 meters high. There were several tall but damaged knight statues around it. Thea did not recklessly push the door open. She wanted to observe for a while. Besides, judging by the height of the door, she might not have the strength to push it open. It seemed that the designer of the level did not want the challengers to push it so recklessly. The two thick and wide doors slowly opened. Thump. Thump. Heavy footsteps kept beating on Thea's heart. Under her shocked gaze, a huge figure slowly walked out from behind the door. It had 2 horns on its head, crimson-yellow eyes, 4 feet and 2 wings. Its body was covered in lava-like scales and it had a tail as long as its body. Red dragon. Fire dragon. Thea didn't know what the scientific name of this thing was, but she knew that she was no match for it. Not to mention her, even Bane couldn't defeat this thing even if he used up all the venom in the jar. Uncle Merlin really wants to select a mage. His previous thoughts must have been wrong. How could those medieval village women and local nobles who had never left their homes be able to defeat this thing? He must have been scared shitless. Or could it be that the way he completed the first stage was too unusual, and the result of taking an unusual path was to increase the difficulty for himself? Thea looked down at the sword in her hand. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like it could slay a dragon. Could it be that he still had to test his agility by running in while the red dragon was attacking? Thea shook her head. The dragon came out and squatted at the gate. It had no intention of getting up. In an instant, she thought of 7 or 8 possibilities. There were game guides from her previous life and various fairy tales here, but she found that none of them corresponded to her current situation. Her current situation was described with a big headache. Just as she was thinking hard about the purpose of the stage design, the red dragon in the distance seemed to be very dissatisfied with her motionless. It didn't do anything and spat out a fireball. Thea cursed. Did the prerequisite of a mage apprentice have to be a dragon slayer? Or was it that the ordinary people in Merlin's time were so fierce that killing a dragon was like killing a chicken? In the face of a fireball the size of a wash basin, any skills were useless. Looking at the color of the flames, she knew that the temperature was definitely not low. Even Miss Firefly's fire-immune constitution might not be able to withstand it. Bang! Boom! While constantly dodging the fireballs, Thea was also looking for a way to break out of the situation. But this guy just stayed at the gate and didn't move. She didn't have a bow and arrows, and even if she did, it would be useless. Close combat. You must be kidding. She didn't have 39 friends to help her now. What magic? Thea was here to learn magic. She didn't know how to do it at all. Ha! Thea, who was running around, inadvertently found that a piece of ground was burned by the fireball. It seemed that there was only fire and no chemical reaction of burning oxygen. It was not scientific to talk about oxygen in such a magical place. Thea didn't have time to think about it. She rushed to the edge of the fire pit and touched it with her hand. Indeed, there was no sign of high temperature. She put her sword into the bottom of the pit and waited for a few seconds. She pulled out her sword and found that there was no sign of burning or high temperature on the sword. Was it fake? No, she touched the edge of the fire pit with her sword. There was still a physical impact. Vaguely understanding the purpose of this level, Thea reached out her left hand and imagined a pistol. In an instant, a Beretta 92F appeared in her hand. The weight of the gun was very real. She tried to shoot it again. The sound and trajectory were exactly the same as a real gun. She got it. This was a test of her imagination. No matter what kind of weapon she imagined, as long as she could defeat the red dragon, she would pass. Wasn't it just a test of imagination? Thea was not afraid of anyone with the mindset of the people from Earth in her previous life. So what if he was Mage Merlin? Did he think that the most powerful creature for ordinary people was a dragon? Not to mention his strength, his knowledge was just a so-so. Thea first imagined a governor version of the Terminator. The burly man was instantly formed, and after receiving the order, he charged forward with the Gatling gun. The red dragon was indeed powerful. In the face of the governor's provocation, it responded with a wash-basin-sized fireball. Neither of them dodged. In less than half a minute, the governor died heroically. Thea did not waste this half a minute. She immediately thought of the giant robot in the Pacific Rim. The robot she was operating was the indescribable Crimson Storm built by the country. It was red all over, 150 meters tall, and held a serrated sword in each of its 3 arms. It rushed forward aggressively. Suddenly seeing such a huge creature, the red dragon that was lying on the ground pretending to be dead was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although he was an illusion, he still had his intelligence and experience from when he was alive due to the support of magic. He swore with his 1,000-year-old dragon age that he had never seen such a huge humanoid creature before. Was this the legendary Titan? A 150 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 tons of metal against a red dragon that was 20 meters tall and less than 100 meters long. The whole process could only be described as dog torture. Thea felt that she had never felt so good in her life. One of her hands held the dragon's neck to prevent him from moving. The other 2 hands held the sword and slashed fiercely. At first, she used a few sword moves, but later, she stopped. Slashing and slashing was enough to deal with this guy. Chapter 118. The aggrieved red dragon didn't even have the chance to use its dragon wings or shadow flame before it was pressed to the ground by Thea and cut into pieces. In theory, the dragon would die if its head was cut off, but this was obviously an illusion version of the dragon, so it was hard to say whether the fatal wound was in its head. Thea didn't think that her time was precious. Like mincing meat, she cut the majestic red dragon into pieces of meat that were less than half a meter long and wide. She searched around but didn't find any forging materials like dragon crystals or dragon cores. She sighed. Just now, she found that there was a trick to pass this level. There were 4 broken knight statues at the door. The designer's goal was to use these statues as reference objects to simulate the classic scene of a knight and a mage working together to kill a dragon. But she didn't know which generation of ancestors had misunderstood or deliberately caused trouble for their descendants, but he or she directly brought the statues to life and fought a great battle with the red dragon. The 4 statues were now piled up on the side like garbage, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't know the specific meaning behind it. Anyway, she passed. Thea controlled the robot to put her on the ground. She was 150 meters away, so she didn't dare to cancel it suddenly. She would fall to her death. Carrying her sword, she walked around the pile of meat and walked into the hall. Not long after she entered the hall, the 2 doors closed in a very old-fashioned way. She pouted. How uncreative. From the outside, it looked spacious and tall, but the space inside was actually not that big. Thea walked a few steps and came to the side of a desk. There were a lot of parchment papers on the table, 3 quill pens were placed diagonally on the table, and a small bottle with very little ink was thrown carelessly on the ground. Thea was more and more sure that there was something wrong with this scene. It was so messy and disorderly that it didn't seem like an examination at all. There wasn't even someone to clean up the table. Moreover, there wasn't even a prompt along the way. She didn't ask for the system to make it like a system fairy, but even if it put up a notice board, it should at least let the candidates know what to prepare. No matter what the examination was, she should clean up the table first. But when Thea touched the parchment paper, a huge hourglass suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. She roughly estimated that the sand wasn't moving too fast, so it should take about an hour. But what was he going to do in the next hour? Thea looked around again. The decorations were quite luxurious. There were carpets, murals, lamps, and a bunch of decorations. Thea scratched her head. After all, when Merlin was active, Sherlock Holmes' great-grandfather hadn't been reincarnated yet. But just in case, she still looked around. Many of the items were just decorations and could not be removed. Thea wasted 10 minutes and finally confirmed the target. It was the thing on the desk. He picked up a piece of paper and read it carefully. What a mess. Thea put aside the so-called practical application of mana and the secondary connection between the earth and water. If he couldn't understand this piece of paper, his ancestors wouldn't be able to either. He could only spend another 5 minutes sifting through all the parchments and find a few that he could understand. It was really simple. The paper was filled with basic knowledge, such as the composition of the universe, the basic framework of the world, and so on. For Thea, whose learning ability had been enhanced to 2.0, it was a piece of cake. She used her extraordinary intelligence to forcibly record down the information that conflicted with her original worldview. Then, she began to read the scrolls that she couldn't understand. She realized that the next examination was probably a written one. The quill and ink didn't look like a souvenir for her. Thea used the skills she learned from her previous life to deal with exam-oriented education. Some of them had some similarities with modern physics, while others were nonsense. She didn't care if she understood them or not and just memorized them all. The learning methods from her previous life were a great help. Combined with her powerful memory, she could say that no matter if it was the Ninja Master or Batman, she wouldn't lose to them in terms of learning speed. There were more than 10 parchments with tens of thousands of words that went against common sense. In less than half an hour, she had memorized all of them. She also used the last 10 minutes to comb through her entire memory. The knowledge was very heterogeneous. Although it was the result of a large system, Thea felt that it was too scattered. It felt like someone had put it all together as a prank. As for the truth, she did not care at this time. The whole assessment site seemed to have been used many times, and the painting she got had probably passed through many generations. With the erosion of time and man-made destruction, Thea felt that it should not have been so difficult in the beginning. Perhaps there were some instructions left with the painting for future generations. But at this point, no matter what happened here, as long as she passed this level, she should be able to pass. She could still vaguely feel this. She calmed her breathing and kept herself in the best condition. She slowly adjusted her state of mind. When the sand in the hourglass completely fell, a new piece of parchment appeared on the table. The original ones had all disappeared, leaving only the quill and ink bottle. Thea immediately took the parchment and looked at it carefully. There were less than 20 questions on the whole paper. They were all questions about how the world was composed of several major elements, the colors of flames when burning, the refraction of light, and so on. She knew that she had been tricked by this messy environment. What she saw later wasn't the content of the examination at all. Just looking at the first few papers was enough to deal with it. Thea gave the unknown guy a middle finger. "Don't let me see you in person, or I'll beat the shit out of you." Although the questions were very simple, she still answered them seriously. In less than 5 minutes, she finished all the questions. After checking several times and confirming that they were all correct, Thea was a little dumbfounded. "Who should I give this paper to?" "Hey, I'm done. Is anyone here?" She stupidly shouted at the empty room for a long time, but no one came out. She fainted. "Ancestor Merlin, don't tell me that in order to take care of the descendants who just learned how to read, the examination time was set especially long." Thinking about it, it was possible. In the Middle Ages, not to mention the common people, even the king who could write his own name was considered a high-quality person. At that time, the king was more like the leader of a society than the leader of a country. Many nobles didn't know how to write their own names, so they could only wear a seal on their hands and press it when it was their turn to sign. She waited patiently for a while and found that still no one paid attention to her. "Okay. Since you are so assured, I won't be polite." Thea left her seat and looked around again. Although the hope was not big, what if she could find something good? Using the treasure hunting skills taught by Big Sister Catwoman, Thea began to explore the surrounding walls and decorations. Her efforts paid off. She found nothing on the walls, but she found a pitch-black dagger in an ornament decorated with antlers. Chapter 119. The dagger was only the size of a palm, with a double-edged blade. The workmanship was not exquisite, and there were no decorations on the handle. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary weapon. Thea played with the dagger in her hand for a while, but she did not see anything special about it. She did not know if she could bring it out, so she put it on her belt and continued to search around. Time flew by, and when she repeatedly confirmed that there was nothing in the room, more than an hour had passed. There was no clock in the room, so she could not estimate the exact number. She could only make a rough estimate. Bored, she put her legs on the table and closed her eyes to rest. Just as she was getting impatient and was about to get up and push the door open, the answer scroll on the table disappeared silently like it did in the beginning. Then, when she was unprepared, an invisible flame seemed to burn from within her body. What is this, ghost?" She really didn't know what to do with this thing that she couldn't see or touch. She only felt that all the blood in her body was desperately rushing towards that ball of flame, and a large amount of blood was being converted into an unknown substance. Every second felt extremely long. With the inexplicable loss of blood, she felt that her ability to think was getting weaker and weaker. Her mind was blank. Who am I? Where am I now? Her body was gradually taken over by instinct, and her consciousness was slowly swallowed by the endless nothingness. When she regained her sense of existence, Thea found that she had already left the scroll and returned to the starting point. The swamp monster was still staring at her with its blood-red eyes from afar. She touched her body, and the Kevlar was still intact on her body. The dagger that she found earlier was hanging conspicuously on her waist. But she was not in the mood to care about the dagger now. She only felt that her body was sore and weak, and she had no strength at all. What happened to me? And how long has it been? The target of the question was naturally the swamp monster not far away, but her voice was a little soft, and she did not know if the swamp monster could hear her. The swamp monster scrutinized Thea from head to toe. His terrifying gaze gave her goosebumps. He slowly said, "You do have extraordinary potential. Your bloodline has been successfully activated." Thea didn't know if she had any potential. She only felt that she was about to die. Her body's strength was less than 30% of its usual strength. Her breath was unstable and her steps were weak. She sweated after taking 2 steps. She checked her pulse and found that her heart rate was much slower than usual. She touched the skin on her face and found that it was no longer as elastic as before. What kind of injuries did I sustain? He wanted to use his heart to feel the so-called bloodline of the swamp monster, but he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He could only see double. This was probably a symptom of lack of blood. The swamp monster seemed to have noticed that she was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her away, so it slowly explained. "Don't worry, this is a good thing. When you first awaken, there will be a process of purifying your blood. As for why you're so weak, I don't know either. After all, I'm not a magician." The swamp monster even made a gesture of spreading its hands after it finished speaking. However, its 5-meter-tall body did not look cute at all. Thea didn't have the energy to complain. What it said was as good as not saying anything. What a jerk. Even though she was so weak that she couldn't even defeat Director Gordon, achoo. Who's scolding me? Fortunately, she rode out on a skateboard, so she could still fly back to the camp slowly. She waved at the swamp monster and was about to say goodbye. He was quite friendly to her. Judging from the size of this guy, it was obvious that he wasn't a magician. It was useless to ask. She should go back and rest early. "This is for you." The swamp monster put away the cup and took out a green fruit from the ground and handed it to Thea. "What's this?" Thea looked at the fruit. It was the size of a coconut and had an oily body. Its emerald green color reminded her of cyanide. Its surface was also covered with strange patterns. Was this edible? It wasn't a devil's fruit, was it? Was it a logia fruit? But Thea knew that it was impossible even if she used her toes to think. "I don't know which ancestor's bloodline you awakened, but the earth can bear everything. This fruit can further awaken your bloodline. This is a gift from me. I can see every corner of the city. You've brought light to Gotham. You're a good child, justice needs your strength." Even though she was praised by a 5-meter-tall green creature, Thea was still quite happy. It seemed that there were some benefits to her urging the rain every day. She smiled as she took the fruit. This thing could awaken her bloodline again. It didn't seem too bad. Thea was a little scared after her previous experience. Plus, she was extremely weak. She should keep the fruit for now. Looking at the swamp monster slowly sinking into the ground, Thea didn't have time to count her gains. She found the direction of the camp and flew back. Fortunately, after the 2 recent attacks on Arkham and the fight between the major crime families in the city, the villains in the city had all been summoned away. The spectacular scene of being greeted by rocket launchers when she first arrived in Gotham did not happen again. Thus, she was able to safely fly back to the base. She wanted to sneak back to her room, but she still startled Felicity, who lived next door. This girl had been getting closer and closer to Catwoman recently. The 2 of them were playing games in the room. When they heard her movement, they both came out to ask. "Thea, what's wrong?" Catwoman had been avoiding her for the past few days because she thought of her as a big boss. But now that they met face to face, she couldn't pretend not to know her. She quickly asked when she saw that something was wrong with her pale face and unsteady steps. How should she explain? If she said that she had obtained a bloodline or something, it wouldn't be a problem if these people knew, but she had to consider Batman's unnatural attitude of hatred. She couldn't afford to lose the reputation she had gained. Just as she was thinking hard about how to come up with a good lie, Felicity, who always had a big imagination, looked at her for a while before she said in a tone of realization, "You're having your period. You're using so much this time." In a daze, Thea took a while to understand what she was referring to. F***ck, you're bleeding so much in one go. She had lost almost a third of her blood, but Sia thought about it and realized that she had indeed lost a lot of blood in the past few days. Although the quantity of blood she had sold at one time was a bit higher than the standard, at least it was an explanation. Although it was a bit awkward, she tacitly accepted this fact. Catwoman immediately understood what she meant. She was very enthusiastic and helped her back to her room like an old lady. Then, she volunteered to boil some brown sugar water for her. Barbara, who lived nearby, heard the news and jumped out of Robin's room to help. She didn't know if she was in the mood to watch a good show or if she was really concerned about her comrade. Batman was doing recovery training. When he heard that she was injured, he hurried over. But when he saw that she was surrounded by women, he used his rich knowledge to surpass Lex Luthor's IQ to determine the specific situation and ran away. Chapter 120. For the next few days, Thea used the excuse of being attacked by her aunt to deal with everything. Needless to say, this reason was really very good and very strong. Everyone who saw her showed a bright smile, and all of them were concerned about her well-being, afraid that she would suddenly die. With her body's hematopoietic function activated, Catwoman Barbara would send her some black chicken with brown sugar from time to time to nourish her body. She had recovered most of her combat power and could properly sort out her gains this time. In fact, she had already received a message the night before. This message was very mysterious, as if it had suddenly emerged from her soul. There was no need to read or understand it. It was completely an instinctive skill that she had mastered. From the message, she realized that every descendant of the Merlin family would master an instinctive skill, or a spell-like ability, when they successfully awakened. This skill did not require magic, gestures, or any other external conditions. As long as one had enough physical strength, they could activate this ability. Through observation, a silver-white unicorn tattoo appeared on her left shoulder blade. It could be visible or invisible. This tattoo could be said to be a dual skill. During the day, it was a young tattoo and would constantly absorb sunlight. When the skill was activated, it would summon a unicorn to accompany her in battle until it was cancelled. At night, the tattoo would be a yin tattoo and absorb the power of the moonlight. It could use the power of the shadows to create a clone of Thea with the same ability as her. Unicorn. Thea pondered for a moment. She opened the door and saw that no one was paying attention to her. She hurriedly closed the door and windows tightly. Thea prayed silently and concentrated on the tattoo. She hoped that the movement would not be too big. She concentrated on the tattoo and activated it. A faint white smoke flashed and the assistant she had been eagerly waiting for landed in front of her. Sia's face was filled with black lines as she looked at this guy who was slightly bigger than her palm. If she took a closer look, there was indeed a horn on his forehead. He didn't randomly find a horse or donkey for her to deal with. The little unicorn did not even know where it was. It stood up in a daze on Thea's bed and looked around. It was a little confused when it realized that it was not familiar with the environment. It retracted its 4 hooves and looked around nervously. When it raised its head and saw Thea, it immediately relaxed and looked at her with its big eyes. Seeing that she didn't respond, it licked her hand with its tongue. It was quite cute. Thea unconsciously stroked its mane with her hand. It was so soft, and it felt so good to the touch. Looks like this guy won't be able to become a fighting force in a short period of time. Don't tell me I have to rely on it to kill the enemy. That night, she tried the doppelganger technique again, and the results made her feel gratified. This was different from a certain Japanese manga's cloning technique. This clone was also a physical entity that could attack and speak. Even if it was hit, it wouldn't turn into smoke and disappear. However, it would still deal fatal damage. Thea's fighting abilities could also be completely controlled by the physical entity. However, the equipment on her body could not be replicated. If the enemy knew the inside story and attacked the original body, she would be dumbfounded. However, the flaws did not obscure the beauty of the jade. They could be flexible. For example, one of them held a saber while the other held a dagger. They could circle left and right a few times and the enemy would be stunned. Thea once hid in the house and tested it. After the skill was activated, the stamina consumption would double. If the consumption per unit of time was 1, now it was 2. The damage received by the clone would not affect the original body. In theory, Thea would be fine even if the clone died 100 times. But at the same time, she wouldn't be able to learn anything the clone read. The two of them could only share some simple information. This could be considered as having its advantages and disadvantages. It was also very simple to increase the power of the Yang rune and Yin rune. The Yang rune could be exposed to the sun, and the Yin rune could be exposed to the moon. The unicorn would grow from a juvenile to an adult with the accumulation of sunlight. In the end, it would even grow a pair of wings and become the royal unicorn family. As long as it evolved to an adult, the two of them could merge. Thea would automatically have most of the unicorn's abilities and characteristics. The clones at night could also become more agile and intelligent with the accumulation of moonlight. It was even possible for 2 or 3 clones to be created at once. In order for the unicorn to grow up as soon as possible, Thea could proudly claim that she was also the kind of person who could strengthen herself by basking in the sun. In the future, she could add a deck chair next to Superman and Supergirl. Let's bask in the sun together. She didn't know what kind of talent the predecessors had. Yes, to save herself the trouble, she now called it a talent. She felt that this clone talent was still very suitable for her. After all, her mind was filled with fighting and killing. This skill had unknowingly doubled her combat power. If she wasn't afraid of exposing herself, without the technological equipment, Batman would no longer be her opponent in a one-on-one fight. Speaking of the concentration of the bloodline, it was necessary to talk about the process of blood loss at the end. Although there wasn't much information at this time, Thea could still analyze that it was a process of burning blood and returning to one's ancestral roots. She could now feel that there were 2 drops of golden blood in her heart. She didn't know if it was because she had completed the trial too well, but the purification process was completely at full power. Theoretically, the energy that could only be converted into 1 drop of blood was excessively stimulated, and 2 drops of blood were purified. This was also one of the reasons why she was so weak. A normal person would be finished after losing 15% of their blood, but she lost 30%. Looking at the suspected devil fruit that the swamp monster gave her, she didn't dare to try it lightly. At least, she had to be completely healed first. The scroll that had caused all of this had been completely destroyed. Before it was completely destroyed, it also transmitted a stream of information to her, but this information wasn't as clear as the information about her talent. The whole message was intermittent. Thea could only guess that one of her ancestors was forced to enter the secret realm because of his lover. After that, there was a lot of unknown information. In the end, he destroyed the key inheritance guide. She speculated that it might be a piece of parchment and left the world alone. It was really a sad story. Thea didn't have a trace of sympathy for this ancestor. He was the one who destroyed the assessment guide along the way, causing her to be in such a sorry state. She had to rely on guessing along the way. Other people's trials might be of normal difficulty, but hers was definitely of hell difficulty. At the same time, this ancestor who had caused so much trouble for her also sounded the alarm bell for Thea. She should still keep some cards up her sleeve. This guy was probably too arrogant, so he was targeted by someone with no bloodline, no luck, and no inheritance. If others don't have it, then why don't you keep a low profile? In the end, he was killed before he could cultivate the divine ability. If she put herself in his shoes and thought about it, if someone else had an ability and she didn't, how would she feel? She would definitely be jealous, and would definitely do everything possible to get the ability into her hands. There had been many people like this since ancient times. If this guy happened to be patient and scheming, then she could only pray that he would be able to kill her at the crucial moment. Thea instantly thought of someone who had these conditions, and she had a relationship with him after so many twists and turns. Batman, Green Arrow's good father-in-law, ninja master. This old guy didn't have any abilities, and had lived for 800 years by relying on the immortal pool. He must have seen aliens with abilities. If someone said that he wasn't jealous of all kinds of supernatural powers, Thea would be the first to believe it. Moreover, the more Thea thought about it, the more she felt that Thea was ambushed by Ninja Master in version 1.0 of the show, causing her to suffer irrecoverable injuries. After that, Thea's overall quality began to greatly decline, and she even withdrew from Green Arrow's team. Was there some inside story that she didn't know about? There were so many people around Green Arrow, Laurel, Sarah, Felicity, and a bunch of other women. They were all important, so why did he have to ambush Thea? Throughout the entire show, Ninja Master had only personally dealt with two people, one was Thea, and the other was Green Arrow. There were many doubts, and perhaps only Ninja Master himself knew the truth. Malcolm's experience was also very strange. He came to Nanderbard alone because of the death of his beloved wife, and Ninja Master began to teach him without hesitation. In just 2 years, he was promoted to the position of adjutant. With his 800 years of life experience, couldn't he see that Malcolm was ambitious? Wasn't he someone who lived under someone else's roof? All kinds of clues proved that he knew about ancient bloodlines. In some aspects, he even knew more about them than the descendants. After all, too many things had been buried by history over a long period of time. Was this also the reason why he valued Batman? The Wayne family had a long history, and their glory could be traced back to the Crusades in the Middle Ages. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He picked up the dagger he had found in the trial. At first, he thought that the black blade was rusty, but after rubbing it a few times, he realized that this was the color of the dagger. There were a few words engraved on the dagger and the handle. Thea, who could barely be considered a mage apprentice, used the knowledge she had memorized and the search engine to finally understand the meaning of these words. Black Fog. Chapter 121. Through the transformation of her bloodline, Thea's perception had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this time, the originally illusory perception in her body and the spiritual power derived from her bloodline merged to form a looming energy, which could be called magic power for the time being. When she used this magic power to communicate with the inscriptions on the dagger, she would use a special method to change the appearance of the original magic power and launch it out. The consumption of magic power was very small, and the consumption was the dagger's own energy. The user only played the role of guiding the direction. But it was this function that made the essential difference between a normal person and a mage. After playing so many games, Thea quickly figured out the purpose of this weapon. It could create a pure black fog in the line of sight. She didn't know what the original designer thought, but in any case, outsiders couldn't see through the fog, and the people in the fog couldn't see anything, including Thea, who was the one who released the fog. This thing was originally used for running away, right? But now, technology had developed to the point where there were smoke bombs. The magic power of this dagger was somewhat useless, and the black fog was only aimed at human vision. Using thermal imaging technology, one could still see that there was a living person inside. Thea played with the dagger a few times. The main character could pick up a storage ring or a dragon egg after falling down, but she only got a broken dagger. What bad luck! She rewrote the contents of the parchment that she had hurriedly memorized and tried to find common points through the engraving method on the dagger. But to be honest, the effect was really bad, and there were too few references. There were some results on the internet, such as the story of Merlin and the female ghost, the battle between the snowman and the mage Merlin, and all kinds of information mixed together, and it was impossible to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Thea didn't dare to practice recklessly. Most people would go crazy at a high level, and it would be too ridiculous if she practiced the wrong path as soon as she started. There was also no one to guide her. The swamp monster did mention the Xanadu madam, but he also said that she was a mysterious person, and that she was the descendant of some ancient race and could live forever. Compared to her, the ninja master was like a child. For this kind of person, her concept of time must be incomparably indifferent. It was very likely that she would only realize this matter 10 years later. If he waited for her, it would be too late. In fact, there were still a few magical heroes in this world. At least Thea knew of Constantine's great name. However, she remembered that this person was like a reincarnated pervert. She didn't want to be attracted to him. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only take it one step at a time. First, he had to recover his body, adjust his condition to its peak, and then eat the fruit of the earth that the swamp monster gave him. Although her body was weak and she couldn't practice martial arts with Batman, she didn't completely rest. Considering the fact that his future enemies were all monsters, he had to increase his own strength. Magic was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. It required a lot of study and accumulation. Of course, like Shazam, who dreamed every day, "I want to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun, the world is waiting for me to change," he would shout "Shazam" to the sky when he encountered a situation, and then a thick purple lightning would strike him, and then the originally thin and weak little boy would become a muscular magician with a height of 180 centimeters. Thea disdained this kind of quick method. What was the difference between this and the indescribable country's Lord Guan Yu? His foundation didn't increase at all, but every time he was possessed, he would consume a lot of blood essence. This method was simply stupid. If this kind of trash was still in the Xianxia world, he would be possessed in minutes. During this period of time, taking advantage of the good moment when her relationship with Batman was at an all-time high, Thea asked to borrow the Bat belt to take a look. Bruce didn't refuse this junior who he valued very much. Thea could finally see this legendary belt. Before, it was exaggerated, but after careful analysis, it actually had a very simple principle. Because he used a lot of nanotechnology in the belt, his weapons were not suitable for himself, but this nanotechnology was very high-end, which made Thea's eyes light up. Batman's nanotechnology was not the same as Ray Palmer's. One of the two nanoscaled weapons, the other nanoscaled himself. It could be said that they started from the same place but ended up on different paths. If she gave the nano suit to Batman, with his pride, he wouldn't turn into a small person to fight. Similarly, the Atom Man couldn't use his various weapons because he didn't have such a high martial arts foundation. This belt inspired Thea a lot, and she had begun to develop her own new technological equipment. The skateboard's improvement in a short period of time was limited, and it was really powerless against a bull-like enemy like Bane. If there were only one or two of them, it would be fine, but there were a lot of strong bad guys in the United States. Her strength was already the weakest in the bucket, whether it was close combat or long-range bow drawing, her strength had become more and more limited. After considering several factors, she set her sights on Marvel's Winter Soldier next door. Of course, she wouldn't be crazy enough to cut off her arm and replace it with a metal arm. She was going to use Batman's technology to nano the metal arm, which was usually divided into 3 parts. They were the arm ring, the bracelet, and the ring, which were all common accessories for women. No matter the occasion, wearing accessories would not be very conspicuous. When encountering an enemy, she could turn on the switch on the bracelet, and the ring would begin to flip over to cover the palm, the bracelet would become the wrist guard and forearm armor, and the arm ring would become the upper arm armor. After the 3 were connected, the energy block designed by the Quinn Group would provide power. In theory, the limit was 10 tons. Thea also designed 3 holes in the palm armor so that 3 claws could pop out after clenching her fist. Of course, this was copied from Uncle Wolf. Considering that she might attract the attention of a ninja master, she felt uncomfortable facing bad guys with her bare hands. She couldn't always bring a sword with her, so this was a stopgap measure. As for whether it was a one-handed mechanical arm or a two-handed one, in the end, she decided to use one hand, and like Winter Soldier, it would be the left arm. Of course, she was not a brainless fan. She considered shooting arrows and guns with her right hand. No matter how clever the mechanical arm was, it would not be as flexible as her fingers. She only needed a lot of strength, and her left arm was enough. Magic could not be seen in the light now, but technological weapons were fine. She did not want to waste Batman, a great master of mechanical manufacturing. She took the design and asked him for advice. Master Bruce could only express his admiration for her wonderful ideas. This mechanical arm had a lot of conflicts with his existing equipment. He would not use it, but he could still give some advice. The two worked together to improve the overall design, combining several technological achievements of the two companies. The new design made the metal arm lighter and the output power per unit of time higher. Batman had some complaints about her design of hiding claws in the equipment and secretly attacking the enemy at the critical moment. Thea could only express her concerns, such as women wearing too little clothes in public and having no place to put their weapons. Master Bruce could not comment on her mentality of touching bad guys every day, so he could only agree with this design. Chapter 122. The group rested for 7 days. Considering the secret weapon that Talia mentioned, they had long wanted to charge in. However, they were worried that Thea, who was an important combat force, would need to recuperate, so they waited for a full week. As for whether they could go without her, they felt that it would be safer to bring her along. A few days wouldn't make a difference, so it was better to wait. During the journey, Thea even dragged them to the Wayne family's private beach to take pictures. She had no choice. She told Moira that they were going to Malibu Beach, so she had to at least take a few pictures to fool her. When she put on her swimsuit, Thea realized that she had grown a little taller. Originally, she had some scars on her body from training, but after the blood baptism, the old scars and bruises were all gone. Her skin was tighter and smoother than before. Westerners, especially women, had relatively large pores. From afar, they looked fine, but up close, their skin was not as smooth as Eastern women's. Sia's skin was now very smooth, and it was very soft to the touch, which made the other women exclaim in amazement. Previously, her appearance could be rated 90 points, but now it could barely be rated 95 points. She had also vaguely talked to Batman about it. Regardless of whether this attack went smoothly or not, she should return to Star City. Whether it was acting as Moira's mascot or her own college matters, they had all been put on the agenda. Batman obviously wouldn't say anything. It was a voluntary help. He was already grateful to be able to fight in Gotham for 2 months. Moreover, Thea had helped him a lot by getting rid of Talia, who he couldn't do anything about. 7 days later, the group charged into Arkham in the evening. Thea was initially surprised when she heard that they were going to attack at night. Batman still didn't dare to appear under the sun, but she had no reason to refuse. If he liked to go at night, then so be it. Batman and Thea had similar commanding methods. It wasn't convenient for him to show his face, so both of them controlled Director Gordon, who wasn't afraid of death. Since he didn't know what the enemy's secret weapon was, Batman brought all the equipment he could find. The police officers were also elites. Felicity had previously investigated and found that the original Arkham bandits had all died in the previous massacre. Despite the court's efforts to deal with them, the major underworld families did not give them any face. Ambushes and fights occurred from time to time. Considering that there were too many combat personnel in the room, the few of them discussed and only brought 50 veterans and 200 police officers to participate in the battle. Thea resisted the urge to complain about the number of participants. After all, she wasn't the one leading them. Although Master Bruce was proficient in Chinese and Cantonese, it was obvious that his folklore knowledge had not reached such a profound level. This time, Thea didn't dare to be careless. She didn't care whether it was an indoor battle or not. She went out fully armed. The entry into Arkham was unusually smooth. The fire that Miss Firefly had set before they retreated was still there. A third of the asylum was burned down, and with the recent gang fights, the exterior was not taken care of properly. However, no one was careless. Batman did not enter with the main group. No one knew where he was hiding, pretending to be mysterious. Thea and her old partner, Miss Firefly, acted as long-range attackers. Although the two had a cold reputation, they had worked together many times and had some chemistry. But the tacit understanding soon disappeared. Batman used some kind of device to detect Mr. Freeze's existence, and commanded Firefly to fight him in his earpiece. Not long after, the two Talon members also jumped out to cause trouble. Batman then sent Barbara and Robin to deal with their old rivals. From time to time, groups of 2 or 3 gangsters would shoot at them. The whole team could only leave a few people to deal with them. As they went deeper into Arkham, the number of people by Gordon's side decreased. There were gunshots and explosions all around them. Was this a war of attrition? Thea also felt that this tactic was shameless. Even if they won, they would suffer heavy casualties. However, under such circumstances, they could only grit their teeth and fight their way in. Ah! With an angry roar, a guy with a large can on his back charged out. He aimed a punch at Gordon's head. However, he did not manage to land the punch. A bat dart pierced his arm from the side. The dart had a barbed design similar to Thea's. Once it was pierced, it would not loosen. The end of the dart was connected to a thin string. The other side of the string was tied to a pillar not far away. If he continued to charge forward, whether he could hit the old director or not, his arm would be broken. Bane! Batman stood on top. His deep voice was transmitted into their ears through a voice changer. Thea pouted when she saw this. You were at the back of the team, right? Don't think I didn't sense your presence. If you saw the enemy, you would have jumped onto the platform. Can't you guys fight properly? Isn't it tiring for you to run so high? Why did you have to act so mysterious? You must have used a Talon gun to get up there, right? Why did you jump down after receiving everyone's admiring gazes? Actually, Green Arrow also had this bad habit. Why couldn't she speak properly? Why did she have to go to the window frames, the roof, and other places that normal people would not go to? Why did she have to act like a master? As expected of the ninja master's son-in-law. Even though their appearances were different, they were still very similar when it came to acting. Leave him to me. You guys continue. There's still space under Arkham. Batman ordered through the headset and began to fight with Bane. Bane could tell that Batman did not use venom to stimulate his potential. Most likely, he was still traumatized by Thea. This time, he was purely using his martial arts skills to fight with Batman. Thea looked at him. He was indeed quite strong. If she fought him alone, she would not be able to take him down. However, if she used the magical version of left and right intercombat, he would not be able to last more than a minute if two Thea attacked him together. Seeing how serious Batman was, Thea did not plan to gang up on him. Only by defeating Bane would he be able to become the invincible Batman again. This was a knot in his heart. He and Catwoman protected Gordon as they led the remaining people into the depths of Arkham. Catwoman quickly found the elevator that led underground. Catwoman, who was a master of unlocking, opened the elevator door in a few seconds. They did not encounter any enemies underground, nor did they find the secret weapon that Talia mentioned. Instead, they found a large number of Gotham citizens. There were too many of them. There were at least 1,000 of them. All of them looked dispirited and many of them had fainted. Gordon and Thea's team of less than 50 people could not transport them. The elevator could only transport a dozen people at a time. The fight above was like a battlefield. These people would be courting death if they went out. However, many of them were already in serious condition. There were people fainting on the ground every minute. Gordon, who lacked the quick thinking, automatically looked at Thea. His meaning was, Batman is busy outside. Please come up with an idea. Thea pondered for a while. Felicity, how many meters are we underground? Use the 3D model to see if there are other tunnels nearby. It was impossible to transport 1,000 people in one elevator. If they really transported them, half a year would pass. Chapter 123. There should be an underground passage, you guys, look for it. Old Master Batman spoke in the earpiece. His voice was intermittent, making people suspect that he was doing some kind of pleasurable exercise. Of course, Old Master still had his integrity. He was panting because Bane was not easy to deal with. Half of the police officers were sent to look for the exit, and the rest made some simple stretchers to take care of those who had difficulty moving. Thea and Catwoman sat on the side and rested, watching the old director run around. They found the exit quickly, but it was not a broad road, but an abandoned sewer. The sewer was very wide. It seemed that Gotham used to be a city with a lot of rain. The sewer was tall and sturdy, but the dirty ground did not look like there were any signs of human activity recently. Looking at the dark and abandoned sewer, they were a little troubled. It was too dark. What if there was an ambush? It's high enough here, I'll ride the skateboard and scout. Thea, as the one with the highest combat power, could only take on this difficult task that no one knew about. Catwoman was a little embarrassed, but she was not as agile as Thea. She reminded her to be careful, and the two girls hugged gently. I'll go in first, wait for my signal. Thea took some kindling and a torch, called out to them, and entered the sewer alone. After a while, when they could no longer see her, she activated her blood mark. Clone technique. A lifelike shadow floated out of her body, and in less than a second, the shadow was completely materialized. It was dressed exactly like her, and looked at Thea vividly. It was a strange feeling. The same body, the same thoughts, but different perspectives. It was like looking into a mirror. The clone's equipment could also be changed, but the effect was really speechless. It was just an empty shell. Thea tried the sword that the clone carried, but it was not as sharp as a nail clipper. She cancelled all of them and passed the torch over. Thea's original body was still on the skateboard. She pointed into the distance and ordered, "Go scout." The doppelganger curled his lips in a very human-like manner, took the torch, and moved forward. That's a lot safer. Thea followed behind him slowly. She would never put herself in danger. If it wasn't for this secret technique, she would never do such a dangerous job. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Thea also sent a signal to the people behind her. Although the smell was bad, there was no danger. Selina, you stay at the back. I'll take the lead. The old director thought highly of the meticulous Catwoman. Although he was almost 60 years old, he still had the spirit of taking the lead. He ordered a few police officers to take the lead, and he himself followed closely into the abandoned waterway. Although Theo lit some fire sources to provide illumination along the way, there were too many people in the team. They were busy for 20 minutes before the whole team entered the waterway. Catwoman saw that there was no one around and quickly followed them. Most of the Gotham citizens who were captured were young and fit. Even though they had been imprisoned for a long time, they were still physically strong. Now, to escape for their lives, those who could still move were running at top speed. It was very quiet in the earpiece. The heroes were all silently dealing with the enemy. Catwoman was still a little dissatisfied with their speed. Just as she was about to ask how long it was before they reached the surface, Thea's voice came from the earpiece. The few of them were a little surprised and quickly asked what happened. "Oh my God. I'll lure it away. Hurry up." Boom. Boom. Thea was halfway through her sentence when she was drowned out by all kinds of violent sounds. What happened? Catwoman, who was the most idle at the moment, quickly asked. However, no one answered her. "What are you guys planning?" Batman shouted angrily at Bane. Bane only laughed coldly and did not move at all. He took advantage of Batman's weakness and punched him a few more times. Batman had no choice but to focus on the enemy in front of him. The few of them were still trying to figure out what was going on when they heard a muffled sound not far away. Both the surface and underground were greatly shaken. Hiss. This time, it was Felicity's voice that came from the remote monitoring. Thea blew up the surface. It seems like she blew up the city's gas pipeline. Something is chasing after her. What could be chasing after her? This thought appeared in the minds of the few of them. It was no wonder that they were surprised. There were not many enemies in Gotham that could beat up the fully armed Thea. "Oh my God!" Felicity exclaimed. "A 3-meter-tall humanoid monster is chasing after her." Even though she explained, it was no different from not explaining at all. The few of them still could not figure out what was going on. Phew. Phew. This guy is too strong. I'll lure it out of the city. You guys hurry up and come out. Thea finally caught her breath and briefly introduced the situation to the few of them. She was really caught off guard just now. She was in a daze 10 meters behind her doppelganger. Suddenly, she felt her doppelganger disappear. Then, she saw a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster with a green body appear in her line of sight. European and American sewers were generally built very high. Therefore, whether it was the 3-meter-tall enemy or the floating Thea, it was not too difficult. However, Thea wished that the sewers were built shorter and narrower. The enemy's muscles were as hard as iron. Its skin was gray, and its white hair was draped over its shoulders. Its scarlet eyes were staring at Thea. Solomon Grundy. Are you kidding me? Facing this giant zombie that had been dead for more than 100 years, Thea was completely dumbfounded. This guy shouldn't have come out now, right? It was said that it was as strong as Superman. Would he be able to defeat him? Of course not. Thea understood. This should be the secret weapon that Talia mentioned. The Court of Owls must have used some method to activate the giant zombie in advance and ambush them in the sewers. Are they trying to catch all of us in one fell swoop? Fortunately, she sent her doppelganger to scout ahead. Looking at its big fists, even if she was protected by a Kevlar combat suit, she would be done for. Thea did not want to fight this guy underground. She communicated with the magic of the black mist dagger. A black mist that could even absorb light enveloped the giant zombie. Since she did not know the effect of the black mist, Thea created another doppelganger and passed by it. The result was satisfactory. The giant zombie kept smashing around in the black mist and did not notice the doppelganger that slipped past it. Thea did not say anything and flew over the giant zombie's head. When she flew 30 meters away, she was also afraid that this guy would cause trouble for the large group behind her. Although she knew that it was invulnerable, she still wanted to use her speed advantage to pull it away so that the citizens would not be scared and pee their pants. Thea drew her bow and nocked an arrow. The target was too big. There was no need to aim. Thea shot at the center of the black mist. Chapter 124. The zombie seemed to have sensed the attack and rushed out of the black fog according to the direction of the arrow. Thea glanced at the zombie and saw that her arrow had fallen to the ground. Very good, very strong. It did not break through the zombie's defense at all. Without another word, she ran. However, she had underestimated the zombie's super strength. With its powerful strength, its speed was also unbelievably fast. It did not even slow down when it turned corners. With its huge body, it would probably catch up with Thea in a few seconds. Knowing that the environment here was limiting her ability, Thea controlled her doppelganger to run in the opposite direction to buy herself some time. As expected, the zombie was confused by this action. Its slow brain did not know which direction to go. Thea could not race with it in the tunnel. She had to return to the ground and fly up quickly. She looked around and took out a flame arrow, aiming it at the gas pipeline. After thinking about it, she felt that it was not safe. She threw a cloud of black fog in the zombie's path and created a new doppelganger. She handed her a gun and pointed it at the gas pipeline. Thea's original body quickly ran away. What happened next was what Felicity saw. The entire Arkham area was shaken by a huge earthquake. The original location of the pipeline was blown into a huge hole that was 20 meters deep and 30 meters wide. Thea successfully escaped into the sky, and the zombie Grundy was exposed to everyone's sight. Thea shot 2 more arrows with a frost arrow and a flame arrow, but the results were close to nothing. The zombie was not only invulnerable to weapons, it was also impervious to fire and water. Furthermore, it was extremely strong. Other than not being able to fly, it had almost no weaknesses. Thea did not dare to fly too high or too fast. She only wanted to pull the zombie out of the city. Whether she asked the swamp monsters for help or the remaining heroes to gang up on it, there would be room for her to use it. She also told Uncle Batman about the situation here. Batman and Old Gordon approved of her plan to pull the monster out of the city. However, when they heard that there was such a strong monster in Gotham, they did not believe it. Fortunately, Batman was knowledgeable, calm, and experienced. He reminded Thea to be careful and said that he would be there soon. Thea wasn't expecting much from him. Bane wasn't easy to deal with. He should be able to win, but if he wanted to kill him immediately, it would be a dream come true. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Thea was afraid that this guy would go back and attack those that couldn't fly, so she had to slow down and shoot a few arrows from time to time. Although they couldn't break through his defense, it was better than doing nothing. Through continuous probing, Thea felt that Grundy was not as powerful as the legends made him out to be. Or rather, he was brainless. Although Grundy was a zombie, he was intelligent. However, the guy in front of her did not seem to be intelligent at all. He was dragged around the city by her clumsy provocations. One flew in the sky while the other ran on the ground. Soon, they were out of the city and arrived at the southern swamp that changed Thea's fate a few days ago. After circling the swamp twice, Thea didn't know if the swamp monster had left or if it felt that it couldn't defeat them and didn't dare to come out. It was as quiet as a wasteland. She had no choice but to continue circling Gotham. To the east was the sea. Thea tried to pull Grundy for another 10 minutes. This guy wasn't that stupid. After entering the sea, it ran back when it realized that it was seawater. She had no choice but to pull it to the west while calling for help from her friends. The first to arrive was the military helicopter from Heaven's Eye Society. They couldn't make a move in the city, but now that they were in the suburbs, they had nothing to worry about. 8 anti-tank missiles hit Grundy accurately. The smoke dispersed, and the zombie roared at the helicopter as if nothing had happened. The pilot of Heaven's Eye Society almost fainted. Now you know fear. I dragged this guy for a marathon. Do you think it was easy? Of course, Thea couldn't sit back and watch her allies die. She shot a few more ice arrows to attract the zombies' attention. At this time, Batman was burning with anxiety as he listened to the battle in the distance. However, Bane had learned his lesson this time. He didn't use venom to strengthen himself. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary skills to entangle Batman and try to keep him in place. There was a difference in skills between the two, but it wasn't big. Last time, Bane's sudden burst of strength had tricked Batman and led to the backbreaker incident. Therefore, this time, Bruce was very conservative. 40% attack and 60% defense. Bane was also a little scared by the Venom attack last time. He didn't dare to use his full strength. Anyway, the mission of the Owl Court was to hold Batman back. He didn't have to risk his life. Batman could guess what he was thinking. Thinking to himself, he raised his hand and threw out a smoke grenade. Bane reacted quickly. His first reaction was that his opponent was going to run away. How could he let that happen? He used the throwing technique that he used to fight in underground boxing and pounced on his opponent's waist. You were fooled. Batman's smoke bombs were all feints. He had already expected Bane's pounce. His left hand slammed forward, grabbed the breathing mask on Bane's face, and tore off the mask with force from his wrist. The severe pain made Bane run out of the smoke range in a few steps. His mask wasn't put on. It was surgically connected to the facial nerves. Now that it was violently removed, the nerves were seriously damaged and affected the operation of the brain. For a moment, he was muddle-headed. Batman saw that his face was covered in blood, his eyes were cloudy, and most of the skin around his mouth was torn. He knew that he had one. He pounced on him and gave him a good beating. He tied up his old enemy with his own special rope and hurriedly called Thea to ask her about the situation. Thea's situation was definitely not good at this time, but it wasn't that bad either. After all, the big zombie couldn't fly, and the power of the skateboard was almost endless. In response to Uncle Bat's question, she also said that they should think carefully before they come. This guy was invulnerable. If they wanted to take pictures as a souvenir, they should wait. At this time, her cooperation with the Heaven's Eye Society's military helicopter was not bad. Like a relay, they pulled the big zombie from the south to the west. Now, they were moving towards the north. In the communication channel, she could only say that they could still hold on. They should think of something quickly. After asking for her location, Batman didn't look at his comrades. He quickly got on his Batfighter. His equipment had a GPS. He had already found it a few days ago when Bane was in seclusion. The supersonic Batfighter quickly rushed to the battlefield. He was shocked when he saw Solomon Grundy for the first time. This thing didn't look like a laboratory product. It looked more like a natural product. How could there be such a thing near his own Gotham? He believed what Thea and the others said about it being invulnerable. However, in order to test it himself and obtain more data, he still fired a dense rain of bullets with the autocannon. Chapter 125. The Batfighter could be considered as the most advanced aircraft on Earth. It was fast, powerful, and easy to operate. In the future Battle of Dawn Justice, even Doomsday would not be able to catch up with it at full speed. Now, facing Grundy, the Batfighter could completely crush it in terms of speed. Even with Thea's extraordinary dynamic vision, she could only see a series of shadows flashing past. After that, the Batfighter opened fire rapidly, and a large number of bullets rained down on the zombie's head, eyes, heart, and other vital points. Solomon Grundy was completely defenseless against the Batfighter that appeared out of nowhere, and was howling in pain. The intense fire lasted for half a minute, and bullet shells fell to the ground like raindrops. Metal bullets, fire bullets, armor-piercing bullets, and all kinds of bullets rained down on the zombie. From time to time, there were some explosions and Grundy's screams that reached Thea's ears. She was indeed poor. Uncle Bruce had spent at least a few $1 million in 30 seconds. He was really a man. The scene was filled with smoke and flames. The few of them flew further away and carefully observed the Batfighter. Roar, the zombie staggered out of the smoke. It could be seen that the various bullets had caused some damage to it. It's right, I was blinded, and its arms and shoulders were damaged to varying degrees. There were many bullet holes on its pale skin, but there were no penetrating wounds. This meant that the bullets had been blocked by the layer of muscle. There was not a single drop of blood on the wound, and it was still squirming, trying to repair the bullet holes. It seems to be recovering, and it's not slow. Thea turned the detection function on her glasses to the maximum. She was a little disgusted by the white, dead flesh, but she still reminded him. Does your freezing have any effect on it? Batman naturally saw it too. He was also helpless. The recovery speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, the blinded eye had already grown back. His bat fighter was mostly used for traveling. It was not a fighter, so it did not have that many bullets. Part of it, but this guy is too strong. It can break free on its own. In order to let him see clearly, Sia quickly rushed up. When she was 200 meters away, she shot an arrow. The arrow pierced into the shoulder of the big zombie. The freezing effect was not bad, but it was quickly shaken off by the zombie. Batman studied it for a while. It seems to be able to suppress its recovery speed. What he said was pure nonsense. Any atomic structure could be frozen, and if it was frozen, there was no way to recover. Thea cursed silently but did not reply. Do you have any good ideas? Batman didn't say what he thought. Instead, he asked her from the perspective of a senior looking at a junior. The best way was to call a few especially fierce ones to fight it, but Master would definitely not do that. Laser weapons won't be very effective against it, and nuclear weapons can't be used easily. I think we should find a place to freeze it and bury it deep underground. To be honest, this idea was similar to what Bruce had in mind. His plan was to find a valley to lure it in, block both ends, and then pour high-speed cement inside. It was hard to say who was the wiser one, but it was all a trick to take advantage of the zombie's weakness of not being able to fly. Both of their plans were reasonable, but they also had shortcomings. Thea didn't have that many arrows, and there weren't enough valleys near Gotham. Just as he was considering which plan to use, Catwoman's voice sounded in the communication channel. Talon ran away, but we caught Mr. Freeze together. Can we use his freezing ability? Catwoman's voice was definitely not calm. It was easy to guess that they had spent a lot of effort to capture Mr. Freeze alive. This was good news. Thea's freezing arrow could only be used in emergencies, and it didn't last long. Magic still couldn't be seen in the light of day, and she didn't know how to summon wind, rain, fireballs, and icicles. In fact, that kind of magic had disappeared from the world. No matter how powerful a fireball was, it couldn't be more powerful than a missile. Magic was more reflected in its mysteriousness and indestructibility. Okay then, let's use the freezing plan. Batman also felt that it wouldn't be easy to find a deep hole in the mountains. If he accidentally ran into another superhero's territory, he would be embarrassed. Then, he discussed the specific measures with Thea in the communication channel. Needless to say, they found a lot of problems. First of all, Freeze's gun didn't have such a long range. Even though Catgirl and the others took off his helmet and put a dagger on his neck to threaten him, he couldn't do anything about it. The gun only had a maximum range of 50 meters. It wasn't designed for combat. To be honest, the distance was very close. Grundy's super strength was too great a threat. A random car sign or something like that would be very lethal. 50 meters was a distance that even Thea didn't dare to get close to, let alone Mr. Freeze, whose reaction speed was ridiculously slow because of his freezing ability. This was just asking him to die. Batman definitely wouldn't be so inhumane. Mr. Freeze wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and kill himself. How do we limit its ability to move? This question was in the minds of the two. In theory, using the principle of heat expansion and cold contraction, Thea's frost arrows, flame arrows, and occasionally high-strength armor-piercing arrows could cause considerable damage to the big zombie. The atomic structure of the fluctuating temperature was very fragile. No matter how strong the big zombie was, it was still a carbon-based creature. It hadn't become some kind of conceptual existence. By the same logic, Batman could also cause damage to the big zombie if he didn't care about the cost, but the two billionaires both chose to think of another way, because this was a move to throw money into the water, and they wouldn't consider it until the last moment. I've caught Dr. Hugo from the mental hospital. He said that this zombie was fished out of the river because of the rising river. Its consciousness hasn't awakened. It's just a virtual personality that they forcibly instilled in it to control the body. Director Gordon timely shared the information he had collected. However, this information wasn't of much help to the current situation. Thea had long felt that Grundy wasn't as strong as the legend said. It looked silly. When she heard that the river was rising, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Is this the hidden boss that I summoned by the rain? Thea listened to Director Gordon with an indifferent attitude. She had to admit that the Court of Owls had some tricks up their sleeves. They were also afraid that they couldn't control the big zombie. They combined the strengthening radiation technology with brainwashing to create a virtual personality to control the big zombie's body. However, this virtual personality was too weak. Or rather, Grundy's body was too strong. After controlling it for a short period of time, it caused a serious loss of control. They had no choice but to leave Arkham in a hurry, leaving the big pot to the heroes who followed closely behind to deal with it. This was a classic case of kill without Barry. Chapter 126. In the end, they decided that the two of them who could fight in the air would cripple the zombie, and Mr. Freeze would go up and spray it. Uncle, what if we don't succeed? Do you have a backup plan? Thea still felt that the idea was not solid enough. After all, the more detailed the plan, the lower the chance of success. Even the slightest mistake could cause the entire plan to collapse. Many villains had grand plans, but it was easy to destroy them. Batman was silent for a moment. I've called for backup. Don't worry. Oh. You're so arrogant and you're calling for backup? I'll believe you for now. Seeing that Thea was silent, Batman went through the entire plan in his mind. When he felt that there was no problem, he calmly gave the order. Selina, bring Mr. Freeze and come here as soon as possible. Thea, delay it for a few more minutes. I'll go find a suitable place. As he spoke, he started to check the information on the Batfighter, but he soon found that his password could not be used to access the satellite. Oh, I've checked it for you. There's a natural cliff in the northwest corner. If you lure it to the bottom and blow it up, it should be able to trap it for a while. Only Miss Felicity Smokey could find the information so quickly. Batman could only maintain his principle towards women, which was to pretend that he didn't know that she had hacked his satellites so blatantly. Thea had the urge to cover her face. Wasn't it a little too much to hack the satellite in front of the victim? She did not know that Felicity had kicked Bruce's access out without even looking at the name. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Batman did not have much to complain about this energetic girl, but with a strict attitude, he still told Thea not to let the zombie escape. He quickly went to the site to investigate. When he arrived, he found that the terrain was quite suitable. The cliff was about 10 meters high, and the joints were not very thick. He could easily break it with his autocannon. As long as he lured the zombie to the bottom of the cliff, he could make the whole mountain collapse. The falling rocks should be able to trap it. He operated the Batfighter and circled around the area, confirming that there were no signs of living creatures nearby. Bruce, we have a situation here. Catwoman's voice was full of resentment, as if she was not doing her job well. Batman listened quietly and said to Thea, pull her over to me. I'll go get Selina. After he finished speaking, he left Thea a set of coordinates and rushed towards Gotham City. When he saw Mr. Freeze, he almost couldn't recognize him. Not only was he unkempt, there were also many slapping marks on his face. They were especially obvious on his pale face. A group of people stayed in the cold room. Only Catwoman was wearing a coat and holding a dagger to his neck. The rest of the people were also freezing. People who were frozen couldn't leave the cold environment. If he went out without a helmet, he would die. Catwoman didn't dare to let him wear a helmet. Both sides were troubled by the reality. However, this problem was too simple for Batman. He took out an unknown object from his belt and threw it into Mr. Freeze's mouth. Plastic bomb. Put on your helmet and follow me. At the same time, he handed a remote control to Catwoman. Keep an eye on him. Mr. Freeze touched his neck. He didn't dare to bet his life on the bomb. He reluctantly put on his helmet and boarded the Batfighter with the sci-fi-looking freeze gun. When Catwoman boarded the plane, Barbara and Robin realized that there was no space on the plane. Batman also didn't want his apprentice to fight such a fierce zombie. Felicity was controlling the satellite anyway. He just needed to tell them to watch the live broadcast. They quickly rushed to the preparation site. Thea was still on the way. She had no choice. The zombie's speed was her weakness. She had to dodge the cars and trees it threw at her from time to time. Thea couldn't speed up at all. She could only fly slowly. Batman stopped the plane and went to the side of the cliff with the grappling gun. He set up a large circle of bombs and threw a remote control to Catwoman. He made eye contact and left the two at the scene. He flew to Thea alone. Mr. Freeze looked at the two remote controls in Catwoman's hands. His eyelids kept twitching. Sister, you won't make a mistake later, right? Please don't make a mistake. At this time, Thea was still pulling the zombies aggro. The Sky's Eye Society's military helicopter had returned early because of the lack of fuel. When she saw Batman coming to pick her up, she didn't say anything and just left everything to him. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't tired. She concentrated on moving from the center of the city to the south and circling around the city for a few hours. She attacked at night, but now it was dawn. Not to mention the consumption of arrows, she was not as focused as before. She was still in this state after the awakening of her bloodline. With the help of the sun rune, she could more or less absorb some sunlight to recover her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. She flew quickly to the preparation site. This was the first time that Thea saw Mr. Freeze up close. Their eyes were definitely not friendly. Last time, her canister plan didn't cause much damage to Mr. Freeze, but all his armor and weapons were destroyed. This time, he was wearing an old model. He was not afraid of frostbite because of his special body, but he couldn't avoid the freezing effect. Ordinary people could defrost by heating, but he couldn't. He couldn't even touch it at room temperature. He could only defrost it in the freezer. What kind of environment was the freezer? The defrosting speed was as slow as a tortoise's. Luckily, he had a special body, so it took him 10 days to get out of the ice. His chest was stuck to his back, and he almost starved to death. Thea didn't know about his painful experience. She was just curious about his armor and freezing spear. She secretly thought that she must study his equipment carefully when he was locked up. Bang! The sound of air exploding from afar woke up the three people who were silent. Is that a bird? Catwoman, who was naturally sensitive to fish and birds, asked curiously. That's an airplane. Mr. Freeze, the cryogenic scientist, despised Catwoman's ignorant and incompetent look. That's Superman. Felicity, who was remotely controlling the Wayne family's satellite, immediately discovered the identity of the intruder. She screamed like a die-hard fan, her voice so loud that it made everyone's eardrums buzz. Thea was speechless. That's enough. can you not be so exaggerated? The person who came was wearing blue tights with a big logo on his chest and an obvious red cape. It was obvious that he was Superman. His face was strong, and his expression was full of sunshine. He seemed to be the embodiment of positive energy. He stayed in the sky far away and didn't come down to greet them. Sia felt a lot more at ease now. Both of her legs were still there. Wouldn't that little zombie fall into the bowl with a handful of her hands? Thea's sharp spiritual power sensed a strong sense of peeping. She looked up at the sky reflexively. That sunny guy was looking at her with shining eyes. Damn. I just said hello, and you're peeping at me. What is he looking at with his X-ray vision? This guy doesn't have any weird fetishes, right? Thea subconsciously hugged her shoulders. Chapter 127. After thinking for a while, she understood that this guy was not using his superpower to look at girls. He must have noticed something strange about her and took a peek. Sia harumphed heavily. Her secret had been discovered, and there was no point in hiding anything when dealing with this group of cheaters. Her golden blood was so obvious that it would be difficult for her not to be discovered. Next time, her combat uniform had to be equipped with an X-ray protection function. There were too many people with X-ray vision these days. If she met a few perverted ones, she would be at a disadvantage. However, when she glanced at Superman in the sky, she saw that his face was full of uncertainty. In the end, he did not say anything. He just greeted Thea thoughtfully and did not say anything further. Could it be that this guy did not see it? Ancestor Merlin's bloodline was very powerful. It came with a shielding function. Thea did not know if her guess was right. She thought to herself that she should try to get some information out of Big Chow later. Thea's thoughts aside, in less than 5 minutes, the few of them saw a small black dot on the horizon gradually approaching. The bat fighter was afraid that the zombie could not catch up, so it did not dare to drive too fast. It could only fire a few shots and fly for a while before firing again. To be honest, this made Batman feel a little uncomfortable. His fighter could fire backwards, but it was really uncomfortable to shoot and stop like this. He also had to concentrate on avoiding the ground-to-air cars and electric poles thrown by the zombie. He could only admire Thea for being able to pull him along for a few hours. You guys hide here well. I'll go take a look. No matter how agile the bat fighter was, it was not as agile as a skateboard. It was true that a small boat was easier to turn around. Thea could see Batman's dilemma. Seeing that Superman had no intention of going up, she could only go and help. However, when she was less than half the distance, an accident happened. Batman did not know if he was too relaxed or the angle of the fighter was too small. A boulder weighing more than 100 pounds was thrown out by Grundy like a sandbag. With a crack, it broke the left wing of the bat fighter in half. Looking at the bat fighter spinning and crashing into the ground, Thea hurriedly raised her speed, found a good landing spot, and shot 4 entanglement arrows into the ground. As it turned out, the anti-jump-off spider webs that Dr. Hoffman had designed to save people who had committed suicide were very useful. Under Superman's surprised gaze, the bat fighter was caught by 4 layers of dense spider webs. Thea hurriedly flew over and rescued Uncle Bruce, who had treated her quite well. At this time, Batman was wearing a black helmet, black armor, and black cloak. Even the skin on his face was black. He was purely embarrassed and angry. He had lost so much face in front of his old rival. In his heart, he secretly cursed himself to increase the bat's sensitivity by 300% next time. Due to the failure of his mech, the original plan of digging deep into the ground and burying them had to come to a temporary halt. At least, these few people could not carry out the plan. Fortunately, the reinforcements who wanted to laugh at their old rivals finally decided to step in. Superman did not act rashly. Instead, he used a long-range attack to test his opponent's strength. Two orange-red lasers shot out from his eyes and directly hit the big zombie. The big zombie, who had been attacked by the lasers, took 2 steps back. It let out a deafening roar at Superman. Ignoring the lasers on its chest, it picked up a huge rock on the ground and threw it out. Superman, who could move faster than the speed of sound, would definitely not be hit. He nimbly turned around in the air and dodged the rock. He focused on the outcome of his battle. The development of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. The heat rays that had always been effective did not cause much damage. At the same time, the enemy's strong self-healing ability also shocked him. Was this guy really an Earthling? This self-healing speed was almost on par with us aliens. Superman believed in the principle of not fighting blindly if he could kill, so he did not waste any time. He pulled his left hand back to his waist and raised his right fist high. Then, he rushed towards Grundy. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened as he flew at supersonic speed. Although Grundy had been brainwashed and could only move by instinct, his body's natural reaction was still there. Facing this punch, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared and raised his huge fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud explosion at the place where the two of them collided. The huge force squeezed the air in all directions. The trees and rocks that were closer to the two of them were instantly smashed into powder by the powerful shockwave. Catwoman and Batman were experienced and had already found a place to hide. Thea also quickly increased her altitude to avoid the powerful shockwave. This kind of strength was too unreasonable. No wonder Batman did not like Superman. You have such great strength. You make us, who have worked so hard to train in martial arts, feel ashamed. No matter how good we train, it's useless. Thea thought that she was broad-minded, but this was the first time she had seen such an inhumane battle. She was so F***ing jealous. This showed the importance of reincarnation. Fortunately, Superman was not omnipotent. His body was too strong, and his talent points were all added to his strength, speed, and vitality. His magic resistance was frighteningly low. As long as he had a little bit of success in his magic, he could use mind control to make this guy in the red cloak kneel down and surrender. With that in mind, she felt much better. In terms of life form, at least she was much stronger than her master, who was still racking his brains. Sia also relaxed and focused on this rare battle that Gotham would witness once in 100 years. Superman had already determined that the enemy's strength was about the same as his through his continuous probing. However, his opponent did not have the ability to fly. This seemed to be something he could make use of. He started to use his mobility to fly around Grundy. Although the big zombie tried his best to fight back, the effect was minimal. Superman's fists still landed on his head like raindrops. The battlefield of the two became bigger and bigger. Trees and mountains were destroyed by the aftermath of their attacks. The originally flat ground was also trampled by the angry Grundy. Thea flew high and focused on the battle. It could not be helped. She did not know which idiot taught Superman how to fight. He especially liked to grab the enemy and throw them out like bowling pins. After that, he would poke at the side and pose with a cold face. As one of the Grand Masters of Combat, Thea did not understand. Was there a need to do this? The damage from the fall was not as good as a punch. Throwing the enemy out was just giving up the early advantage. Grundy might have thought that it was fun after being thrown around a few times, so he started to play the throwing game with Superman. Superman would grab Grundy's neck and throw him out, and Grundy would grab Superman's cape and send him flying. The battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. Thea had already descended from the sky. It was more dangerous in the sky than on the ground. She hid beside Batman. Uncle was very experienced. He had already hidden in a shallow pit and watched the scene of the battle. This was probably the reason why so many people hated Superman. He did not pay attention to the environment. The originally beautiful place was now like a wasteland after a nuclear war. The next apocalyptic movie could be filmed here. Thea only had one word left for Dachau: brainless. The battle lasted for 10 minutes. Although the big zombie was at an absolute disadvantage, Superman was still unable to take it down. This made him a little anxious. He saw an opening and went to the side of the zombie. He punched the back of its head. Chapter 128. The zombie had completely entered its instinctive combat mode. When it heard the gust of wind coming from the side, it reached out its pale hand and grabbed Superman's fist without hesitation. The corner of its mouth curled into a sinister smile. Superman struggled a few times, but he could not break free. What was going on? Their strength had always been about the same. This guy's strength has suddenly increased. He shouted at the few of them. In his impression, this big guy must have been created by some ambitious human scientist. Gotham and the rest should know something about it. However, Batman and the rest had always been running around. They had never fought so openly before. How would they know why? Fortunately, Thea vaguely remembered that the zombie had something that looked like withered ash. She carefully observed Grundy's surroundings. There was indeed a faint gray fog surrounding him. Ask Superman to stop hitting the enemy's head. Didn't Director Gordon say that the court created a new personality for it to control it? Look at the fog surrounding its body. I suspect that its strength has increased. This means that the old personality is about to awaken. Thea summarized her analysis to Batman. Fog. Why don't I see it? Old Master looked around for a long time but did not see any fog. This is bad. Am I the only one who can see it? At that moment, two little people appeared in her mind. The black Thea grabbed the white Thea and slapped her. Slap, slap, slap. Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much? Thea wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and did not say anything. Batman looked at her with confusion. Then let's use our method to imprison it. After that, he picked up a device and whispered a few words. Superman was stunned for a moment. He then changed the angle of his attack and started hitting Grundy's legs. Oh, you two even have a special communication channel. Thea thought to herself. Their friendship was really strange. They were fighting against each other and cooperating at the same time. Batman whispered a few more words. Then, he turned to Thea and said, "Bring Selina and the rest up there and freeze it." Okay. Thea did not say anything else. She pulled Catwoman and Mr. Freeze and flew towards the demolition site. Superman had given up on the zombie's head after receiving their instructions. Instead, he attacked the zombie's legs and arms. The gray fog that was about to take shape seemed to be restrained by something. It retracted back into the body intermittently. In terms of strength, Superman had the upper hand again. Superman at full power was not just for show. With punches, kicks, and heat rays, Grundy's limbs were broken like a sandbag. No matter how strong his recovery was, after such a long battle, the speed of his cell repair inevitably slowed down. Come over here. Dachau, who was radiating sunshine, waved at the people on the skateboard. Hurry up and get down. Catwoman ordered Mr. Freeze as she gestured with the remote control. Although he was very unwilling, Mr. Freeze had no choice but to jog and jump off the skateboard. Catwoman was not satisfied with his dragging speed. She even kicked him hard. When he got close to Grundy, he did not care about its roaring mouth. He aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Visible frost quickly covered the zombie's skin. Mr. Freeze also knew that if the zombie escaped, the two flying in the sky would not be afraid. He would be the first unlucky one since he was the closest and the slowest. Superman also had frost breath. Perhaps in consideration of the overall situation of the cooperation between the two sides, he breathed out frost breath after Mr. Freeze. Seeing that they were so lively, Sia also shot a frost arrow in the spirit of killing people. Mr. Freeze was very motivated. Without Catwoman's urging, he spat out the frost gas. Occasionally, he could hear the zombies' muffled roars. He was so scared that he did not dare to relax. He kept changing his angle and froze the entire ground. He only stopped when the air in the pressurized barrel was completely exhausted. He took a few steps back and watched the development while panting. Batman was not idle at this time. He changed the Batfighter with half of its wing broken into a Batcopter. He pulled a square metal box from Wayne Enterprises that was 10 cubic meters in size. It was made of solid tungsten and could withstand a temperature of 3,000 degrees. He covered the frozen zombie with the box. After that, he poured a stream of high-speed cement into the gap in the box. Looking at Solomon Grundy gradually being buried and disappearing, Thea felt a little pity. As a beginner sorcerer, she felt a very strong power from the zombie. This power was not the power of the body, but something of a higher level. She could not explain it clearly. If she could study it, she believed that it would improve her ability. Unfortunately, now was not the right time. It was not good to do anything in front of Batman and Superman. Moreover, she was very weak. Even if she obtained the power from the zombie, it might cause more trouble due to her lack of control. You are Sister Kara Danvers. Superman flew to Thea and asked in an uncertain tone. He always felt that this girl was very strange. His X-ray could not see through her at all. All kinds of abnormalities could not be seen by others, but he could see a lot of sunlight entering Thea's body every minute and every second. After coming to Earth for so many years, this was the first time he saw someone who could absorb sunlight. Because he could not see how he looked when he was basking in the sun, he was not sure if Thea's reaction was the standard reaction of Krypton. From the sunlight, he naturally associated it with his cousin Kara Danvers, whom he had not seen for many years. Batman, who was originally in a daze on the side, suddenly pricked up his ears. What do you mean? You and Superman are also relatives. Also, you are Talia's sister. Does this mean that Talia is also an alien? Just as Batman was thinking about whether to strangle his son when he went back, Thea's face turned green. No, absolutely not. Hero, you have the wrong person. How can you people randomly recognize relatives? You recognize relatives in front of Batman, and your reputation will drop by thousands in an instant. What's more, I am not. I'll leave first. Contact me if there's anything. Hearing her denial, Superman did not say anything. He coolly said goodbye to Batman and nodded at the others. With a standard takeoff motion, he broke through the sound barrier and disappeared from their sight. Batman's expression was normal as he chatted with Thea for a while. It was all nonsense about whether she was tired or not. Damn it, Thea was a little depressed. Her reputation must have dropped, but fortunately, it was not by much. She could only ask Catwoman to talk to him. If she could not do it alone, she could ask Talia to help. No matter what, she had to get her reputation back. What do we do next? Looking at the big zombie sealed in a 10 cubic meter box, everyone, including Mr. Freeze, heaved a sigh of relief. This unkillable and extremely strong guy was not easy to deal with. At least for Gotham, where victory was decided by intelligence, this big guy was too reckless. It could easily flip the table, regardless of whether it was a hero or a villain, they could not accept it. Bury it on the spot. The old master's deep voice was transmitted to their ears through a voice changer. This kind of digging and burying had nothing to do with the heroes. Gordon, who was known as the #1 bug in Gotham and could not be killed, quickly appeared in their field of vision. He brought a lot of workers and digging equipment with him. After a brief introduction, he started digging on the spot. Batman meant that the deeper, the better. Of course, Sia didn't want it to be so troublesome, but she had no reason to object. In the end, the person in charge of the construction said that since they didn't lack money, they could only dig 10,000 meters at most. They wouldn't be able to go any further with the drill. Originally, Thea wanted to take a look at the situation, but when she heard that they had to dig 10,000 meters deep, she immediately fled. Could there even be oil? How long would it take? She used the excuse of going back to rest and flew back after saying goodbye to the others. Chapter 129. Catherine, come down and play with us. Mom, it's so dark here. Come play with me. UB*TCH, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. In a gorgeous bedroom, a middle-aged woman with a face full of fear suddenly woke up from her sleep. No. Don't come here. As the ticking sound of the clock echoed in the quiet room, she finally realized where she was. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face was ashen, and a trace of fear appeared between her brows from time to time. She rubbed her forehead. It's the third day and I've had nightmares. I can't live in this *TTY place anymore. She angrily pressed the call button on the bedside table. Her loyal subordinates would escort her to another safe place. However, after waiting for a full 3 minutes, it was still quiet outside the door. She could only hear her own heavy breathing. She knew she was in trouble. She took out a pistol from the bedside table and looked around vigilantly. Hi, Ma, good evening. She suddenly heard a greeting. Without thinking, she shot at the window where the voice came from. The person was shot and fell to the ground, which made her sigh in relief. However, before she could calm down and think, she saw the same person appear at the window and greet her with the same tone. Hi, Ma, good evening. When she took down the third monster, her nerves were stretched to the limit. Although she was not a killer, she was trained in marksmanship. Her shots must have hit the other party, but it seemed that the other party was not hurt. Who was this person? Or was it something else? She tried to calm herself down and held the gun tightly, trying to comfort herself. When the monster appeared at the window for the 4th time, she did not shoot rashly. She wanted to know why the monster was looking for her. The monster covered in black fog came to the window and saw that she did not attack. Instead, she looked at him vigilantly. He knew he was one step closer to success. He jumped into the bedroom. Don't come here. The middle-aged woman named Catherine pointed her gun at the black mist figure with trembling hands. No matter how hard she tried to cheer herself up, she was still scared out of her wits when she saw such an abnormal phenomenon. How could a normal person be shrouded in black mist? It was hard to say if this guy was even human. However, she was soon surrounded by an even greater fear. She did not have the heart to think about the black fog. The man in the black fog stretched out his smoky arm and snapped his fingers. Give me the gun. Catherine felt that there was something wrong with the other party's IQ. Why would I give you the gun for no reason? However, even though his consciousness was very clear, his body couldn't help but walk to the black mist figure's side. His limbs were stiff as he handed the gun over. This abnormal scene almost scared her heart out of her chest. She felt as if a taut string in her head had snapped in an instant. Her rationality and logical thinking had all disappeared. She was finished. She had done too much evil, and it was finally the day when she could be free. 30% fear, 30% unwillingness, and a little disbelief. He trembled as he stood in front of the strange man in the black fog. The black fog monster that appeared here was naturally Gotham's good friend, Thea. After solving the Grundy incident, she also knew that her trip to Gotham had come to an end. Whether it was to help Moira in the election or to learn more knowledge, she needed to return to Star City. She spent the remaining few days thinking about how to deal with the Court of Owls. Rather than an organization, this organization was more like a loose club. The members were not fixed, but they had to be Gotham locals with sufficient social standing. The court had controlled Gotham City from afar for 200 years. Batman had destroyed some of their strongholds when he was young, but they miraculously avoided the disaster. This time, taking advantage of the chaos in Gotham, they started to return to the forefront. Their hiding methods were not very good. They were just hiding among the people. As Batman had many connections with the locals, he naturally could not find these enemies hiding in the upper echelons of society. Thea did not have this problem. She only needed a breakthrough. She did not need to find everyone. 3 days ago, she activated the nano-tracker in Talon's body. The woman she tracked was the court's liaison officer. For the next 3 days, Thea continuously used magic to invade the dreams of this middle-aged woman named Catherine. She used a large number of scary scenes to gradually break down her psychological defenses. Finally, she completed the preliminary control today. Of course, she would not say that she was thinking about the mind control spell to deal with a certain muscular man in a red cape. There must be a misunderstanding. Thea sighed. Although the casting process was bumpy, it was finally completed. If Merlin knew that his descendant took 3 nights to cast such a simple dream entry spell, he would definitely come out from the depths of the multiverse and throw a fireball at her face. This was the trouble of not having anyone to teach her. Thea knew that she was terrible, but this was her limit. She had to memorize the contents of the hidden map, the engraving method on the dagger, and various unreliable theories on the internet. She finally managed to cast the spell. In order to make the spell more effective, she even created 3 clones to send her to her death. When she thought that she could escape, she would kick her down, causing her to completely lose her mind. Of course, this was not a spell. It was the domain of modern psychology. In order to deal with this woman, Thea used all the means at her disposal. The clones only consumed her physical strength, but the dark mist consumed her meager magical power. In order to deepen the impression, she used it 4 times. She was almost at her limit. Thea reached out a hand and placed it on Catherine's forehead. She began to read the woman's memory under the woman's blank gaze. Actually, it was not appropriate to use the word reading to describe a person's memory. Memory was not a piece of paper, but a highly layered book. Although Sia had prepared herself mentally, she had to stop after reading the 3 layers of memory on the surface. There was too much content, and she needed to keep digesting it. She had to throw away the messy thoughts and memories of the middle-aged woman and only keep the various matters about the court that she cared about. She let out a laugh that she thought was normal, but it was actually a terrifying sound after the voice changer. Thea sat on the side and took out her notebook to study how to read the woman's memory more efficiently. The liaison officer of the Court of Owls, Catherine Monroe, stood motionless in the same place. It was not that she was too scared to move, but that she had lost control of her body. After Thea violently read her memory, her brain was more or less damaged. At this time, she was muddle-headed and could not differentiate between a dream and reality. Thea summed up the gains and losses and improved the reading method. Instead of the original reading method, she changed it from the original reading method to a point-based reading method. She did not want to waste any rubbish memories and increased the speed to avoid arousing suspicion if she left the camp for too long. This time, there was an accident at the beginning of the reading. Catherine's brain was filled with a lot of thoughts like, am I dreaming, when will I wake up, and so on. Interesting, this middle-aged woman's mind was not completely controlled by the spell. Instead, she thought that she was still in a dream. She buried the previous few conversations deep in her heart. This was a typical ostrich's mind. She originally planned to gather the people in the court to do 1 vote and then withdraw, but now it seemed that she could do more. Thea continued to probe deeper. This time, she did not linger on the memories, but plunged into the deepest part of the memory. Soon, she found a lot of consciousness at the bottom of the memory. These were the woman's most terrifying memories, which were buried deep in her heart after being washed away by time or through psychological treatment. Thea found the memory that she used to scare her. The whole memory in her mind was dark and had a slight trace of magic. This massive memory was trying its best to devour the terrifying memories around it. When it completely wiped out the surrounding memories, the middle-aged woman named Catherine would be frightened to death. Her breathing would be disordered and her heart would stop. Of course, Thea could not let her die. This woman's will was not strong, and she was in a high position. This was a weapon that she could use to control the court. Yes, she originally only wanted to sell the hammer, but now that she saw another possibility, she immediately changed her plan. She wanted to control the Court of Owls. Whether it was for the family's wealth or to set up Gotham, these so-called upper-class people were too useful to her. Furthermore, with their help, she might be able to find a way to further her magic training. Thea began to consciously modify the nightmare that she created. Because it was more or less tainted with her own magic, the memory did not reject her. Following the steady output of her magic, the old gray memory was replaced by a memory with magic. This new memory was modified by her into a very old-fashioned obedience contract. This middle-aged woman named Catherine Monroe would acknowledge Thea's orders from the bottom of her heart. Her daily conversations and actions would not be affected at all. In addition, the memory of magic had completely taken over the area of her terrifying memories. She would no longer have any feelings of fear. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. In the final stage, Thea left a small cluster of her mental strength in the deepest part of her heart. If Catherine was forcefully brainwashed, this cluster of mental strength would detonate her consciousness and turn her into an idiot. There were too many people with superpowers in this world. She had to be careful. Huff, huff. Thea withdrew from Catherine's consciousness. She had used up a lot of her mental strength. If it was not for the fact that her mental strength was far superior to that of an ordinary person, she would not have been able to withstand such a large consumption. After dispersing the black fog, she wanted to see the effect. She snapped her fingers. The woman named Catherine instantly regained control of her body. When she saw Thea's true face, the shock on her face slowly turned into excitement, and finally into ecstasy. "Thea, when did you come? Let me get you something to eat. Do you have something for me to do? Tell me." Chapter 130. Catherine's enthusiasm was too much for Thea to handle. After experimenting with a few small commands, the results were pretty good. Thea didn't have the bad taste of making a master-servant contract. It wasn't nice to be called master by an old woman kneeling on the ground and calling her master. If it was a 16-year-old girl, she might have considered it. She chose the friendly contract, which had a lower psychological resistance. Modern people had a high resistance to master-servant contracts, especially in a place like America, where freedom was everywhere. If she forced herself to accept it, the psychological trauma would be projected into her daily life, and she would be exposed. This wouldn't be beneficial to her future plans. The friendly contract would preserve all her thinking abilities. Other than ordering her to die, all other orders would be carried out. Even if it was a special person who was good at hypnosis, they wouldn't be able to discover the problem without a large-scale memory search. Over the next 2 days, Sia repeated the same trick and brainwashed another important figure in the Owl Court. It was the current patriarch of the Falcone family, the head of the city's criminal family, Luigi Falcone. His brother, Mario Falcone, died at the hands of Gordon Sr. many years ago. Before he took over the family's affairs, he was secretly delighted. Every day, he would clamor for Gordon Sr. to pay with blood. He had repeated these words over and over for 20 years, to the point that even he himself believed it. Catherine used the excuse of discussing future matters to bring Luigi to her residence. Thea couldn't be bothered to enter the dream and slowly corrupt him. She directly hit the back of his neck and knocked him out. She took her time to do it. Thea's preparation didn't go to waste. Luigi, who had been in the underworld for many years, had a stronger psychological resistance than Catherine. However, after 2 days of hard work, she finally took in the representative of the Black family in the court. Looking at the bald old man with age spots all over his face lowering his head in front of her, Thea felt a sense of accomplishment. Catherine Monroe represented the old nobility of Gotham and was the founder of the city. She could determine the direction of the court to a certain extent. Luigi Falcone was the godfather of the underworld in the city. He had great influence over the other major crime families. The two of them represented the radical and conservative factions in the court. Thea did not intend for them to work together. She wanted to maintain the status quo. As long as they could continue to transfuse blood to her, they would have accomplished their mission. Both of them reported directly to Thea. Even if one of them betrayed her, the other had the ability to hold them back and wait for further orders. From now on, I need you to transfer 3% of the court's operating funds to my secret account every month. She looked at her two subordinates who didn't like each other and continued. Also, instruct the families in the court to collect all books related to the mystical realm, the older the better. I want the original. The monthly percentage did not seem large, but it was actually an astronomical figure. This was the contribution of dozens of families. It was too important for the cash-strapped Thea. It was the same for books. Asking Thea to collect them would cost her life. Many of these families had been passed down for hundreds of years. There might be notes and books from their predecessors that had been passed down to the present day. Rather than letting them gather dust in their hands, it was better to let her use them. Finally, she asked for various human experiment data and reports on the resurrection of the dead. Amazing. Thea flipped through the reports. She was impressed by the results of the court's research. They had started the research on the resurrection of the dead 50 years ago. Needless to say, their initial goal was the instigation of these old nobles who were afraid of death. But it was only 20 years ago that they began to show results. They used a few animal cells with strong self-healing abilities to create a brand new substance. Then, they used the principle of nuclear radiation to implant it into the DNA sequence of the dead. Then, they used electric shock, fire, and freezing to activate the self-healing ability of the cells and resurrected the dead. But this seemingly good experiment result was not optimistic in actual clinical practice. Several court leaders who had reached the end of their lifespans had accepted this experiment, but without exception, they all failed. Through constant comparison, the conclusion was that natural deaths were ineffective, and only unnatural deaths had a certain effect. 10% success rate. Theo looked at the final conclusion and laughed a little. How much money had been spent in the past 50 years? A sea of resources had been thrown into the water in exchange for a 10% success rate. Throwing this unreliable document aside, Thea picked up a small bottle and looked at 3 drops of almost transparent grayish-white liquid. The blood of Solomon Grundy's heart. These drops of blood were a pleasant surprise for Thea. She did not expect that the court was also thinking about the big zombie. They found the big zombie that floated out of the water. On the one hand, they simulated control, and on the other hand, they spent 15 days without rest to extract these 3 drops of almost transparent blood from the big zombie's heart. For ordinary people, this blood was very strange and beyond common sense. But for Thea, who walked the path of the supernatural, it could only be described as shocking. The power in these drops of blood was too strong. Just by sensing it a little, Thea almost got hurt. Gray, decayed, and had a strong corrosive power. This was definitely not the power of justice. Thea was a little relieved that she could not absorb this thing. Her instincts told her that if she absorbed it, she would turn into a zombie at the very least, or die at the very least. This was not a power that a living person should have. But not absorbing it did not mean that she had to return it to the court. This thing was still useful to her. Living people could not use it, but dead objects could still be used. Thea looked at the sword of Azrael in her hand. This sharp sword was brought into the trial, which meant that it was extraordinary. With the analysis of the dagger, Thea had determined that this sword was originally forged as a magical weapon, but for some reason, this crucial step was not completed. The runes were not carved, and the magic circuit was not written. Originally, this sword could only be a half-finished product, but now it seemed that she could complete the last step with Grundy's blood. But this required a lot of time and knowledge. Thea's time in Gotham was getting shorter and shorter, so the matter of magical weapons could only be left for the future. She ordered her subordinates to hide as much as possible. If Batman wanted to run for the position of chief of the Gotham Police Station, she would fully support him and drag him to all kinds of fundraising dinners in the upper class. The court's main task was to take over the black areas in the city, whether it was the territory of the Penguins or the Scarecrows. Of course, the court could not appoint the person in charge. The court still maintained its usual style of remote control, neither too close nor too far away. At the same time, Thea thought about it and did not stop them from persisting with the resurrection experiment. After so many years of research, there was finally some progress, so they could continue with their research. Chapter 131. After successfully dealing with Arkham and rescuing a large number of citizens, Batman's recent days were generally quite pleasant. Catwoman's jealousy was broken by Old Master Bruce's persistent pestering, and the two of them returned to their former intimacy. As Gotham's security improved, the training of the two disciples was gradually scheduled. Once Batman became serious, Barbara would find it difficult to handle. She had to go to school during the day, and form a team to fight criminals at night. The rest of her time was spent on training, and she didn't even have time to do the things she loved with Robin. However, every time she wanted to give up, she would see Thea's smile at the right time. Her unyielding personality made her grit her teeth and persevere. Thea would train with them in her spare time while building the mechanical arm. With her own fighting ability, she could even hold on for a long time against Batman. Fighting Barbara and Robin was even easier. Even if the two of them came at her together, she would be able to take them down with some effort. Batman had been thinking about Thea's suggestion to make him a bureau chief. He had repeatedly considered it and sought the opinions of a few parties. Among them, his old butler, Fu, had a decisive effect on his decision. According to Fu's opinion, being a bureau chief sounded much better than being a playboy. Whether it was considering the Wayne family's reputation or his own safety, it was a good idea. He had watched Bruce grow up, and he didn't want him to fight criminals day and night. Especially after the broken back incident, the 80-year-old butler was scared out of his wits. Even though he had never met Thea, he had a good impression of Thea, and would often persuade Bruce to become a bureau chief. The old butler was like half a father to Batman, and his reputation was constantly at the level of worship. Listening to his repeated persuasion, he couldn't help but be moved. Old Commissioner Gordon also supported this idea. He was nearing his 60s, and the Gotham Police Department situation was not good, but it was not too bad either. If Bruce could take over his position, he would be able to rest in peace even if he died immediately. With the two most important elders in his life supporting this plan, he really could not think of a reason to reject it. However, out of caution, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to submit the application for the position of president of the Gotham Police Officers Guild. There were all kinds of unions in America, such as the Actors Guild and the Directors Guild. There were all kinds of unions that one could think of. The police union was purely a decoration, and no one had paid attention to it for so many years. Master Bruce had originally planned to test the waters and wait for a few days to see the reactions of various sectors. However, the next day, the overwhelming reports from various media outlets scared him to death. As the head of the police department, Chief Gordon secretly opened the back door and released some information among the police. Then, Thea remotely controlled the members of the Owl Court and used her connections to help him. Prodigal son joins Gotham police force. This was the front page of the Gotham Times. Tomorrow's star prepares to join the police force, looks like a clear stream in the police force. The Gotham Evening News also did a full-page report. The Gotham Morning News even did a special segment. At 6 in the morning, they stopped Lucius Fox, who was about to go to work. The black man did not know what was going on. He was confused by all the questions and could only choose to praise Bruce. In an instant, Bruce Wayne's image changed from a playboy to Gotham savior. After these reports were broadcasted, the old man was stunned. Do I have such a high reputation? Could it be an enemy's trick? However, when he saw Lucius talking on the screen, it did not seem like it. He then asked for Catwoman's opinion. Go, why not? Catwoman also had some expectations for him to become the bureau chief. Those damn cops had caught her for 20 years. Now that she had become the bureau chief's wife, wouldn't they be pissed to death? Even Robin and Barbara agreed. Robin was determined to be a police officer. Now that his teacher had entered the police force, it was definitely a good thing. Barbara had been trained too harshly by him. If he could let her rest for a few days, she would want him to be the Secretary General of the United Nations, much less the bureau chief. Bruce asked around and found that everyone in his circle was in favor of him becoming the bureau chief. No one was against it. Only then did he, who was in the late stages of paranoia, completely relax. If there was no conspiracy, then he would go. After confirming that he had indeed submitted the application to the city government for the position of bureau chief, Thea heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how well the Owl Court hid, there would always be traces. Now that she had found something for Batman, whose IQ was off the charts, to do, it would be much easier for her to transfer resources from Gotham. She instructed Catherine and Louis to mobilize all kinds of police, political, and business resources to be sure to delay Batman so that he would not pay attention to the various capital flows in the city. From officially entering the eyes of the public to sitting on the bureau chief's throne, it was estimated that she could divert his attention for at least 2 years. During this period, Thea could get a steady stream of materials from Gotham and Wayne Enterprises. Yes, dozens of families in the Owl Court actually controlled Wayne Enterprises. If you add in the shares in Thea's hands, there would be no friends. But these controlled shares could not be seen. The Owl Court had been resisting Bruce's entry into the board of directors for more than 20 years, but both sides were still restrained. This opposition was only maintained at the normal business level. Thea was of course not interested in controlling Wayne Enterprises. Her goal was to become stronger. Although it could not be seen, Wayne Enterprises' various technologies and advanced equipment were at her disposal. This greatly improved her technical reserves and cleared many obstacles for the production of the Iron Man armor. Realizing that her trip to Gotham was coming to an end, Thea began to say goodbye to everyone. Outside the pavilion, by the old road, the grass was green and the sky was green. That was impossible. They were all modern people. They could talk and video call. What was there to say goodbye to? Finally, on the tarmac of Wayne Enterprises, Batman's group of 4 and Director Gordon held a special farewell party for the Star City duo. Felicity and Felicity's relationship had warmed up so quickly that Sia found it unbelievable. The two of them ran to a corner and took out their phones to do some shady business. Although I have said it many times, I still want to say thank you. It is my honor to meet you. Bruce, who had been busy for the past 2 days, came to see them off. It is also my honor to meet you. Although she did not agree with his way of doing things, Batman's shining personality was still admirable. The two shook hands, and Thea talked with Director Gordon for a while. To be honest, the two had more dealings with each other than the others.